Hello, my family. How is everybody today? Well, I must say I am extremely focused after last week to go, just put up a ton of winners. Two locks in college, four different teams, 25 unit locks. They're all set and on the site with about five or six others, about 10, 12 teams. Pros, I will give you your free pick right now. It's San Diego as a dog. Now, I've seen a -1, +1. My bet, I got San Diego +2 with my guy. So I thought I got +8. I said I don't want it if they're the favorite. I only want them as a dog because we know how good they are as a dog. The best trend on the board and the best team. Now, Eckler's out, we know, but we don't care because we've got Kelly from UCLA, who's just as good, if not better. There are certain teams that can draft well, like San Diego. They have Melvin Gordon, they get Eckler, they get this Kelly from UCLA. They have a good eye for talent. I think the Lions' problem is I think they interview them the way Ford interviews people for jobs. No wonder they don't draft any of the Georgia guys. I was interviewed for what I thought was a financial analyst job with an engineering test. I was this close from walking out going, I have no idea. I'm not an engineer. I can't answer these questions. I stayed. I took the test. That was the test. I don't know if I got any right. I never saw the answers, but I got the job the next day. Probably for being able to stay with the problem of not, even though this was not accounting or an engineering, and I had no idea what a cavity was on a tool or a die, but because I stayed and did it, I got the job. And, so I was this close to just walking out. Hi, Titus. Good morning to you all. I'm here front and center, ready for class. That's good. Got any questions, comments? Feel free to ask. Today we're going over pro football. And we'll go through economics and gold, all the good stuff. So we'll start with pros. Anyway, if that's what the Lions do, no wonder they don't draft anybody good. Why they don't have these Georgia guys is beyond me. They could have drafted all six of them that Philly got. And Philly changed their defensive and offensive coordinators, so they're struggling a little this year. So let's get down to the point spreads. I was studying this long and hard last night. What does that mean, Howard? What do you mean studying? Well, I look at the teams, grade them, I look at the line, I look at the quarterbacks, and see what exactly is going on, which I did yesterday. And it was surprising that the best quarterback touchdowns, interceptions, which is what I really care about, was Jordan Love. He had 6 touchdowns and 0 interceptions for Green Bay. And what's funny was Burrow hasn't done anything. And the guys you would think, Josh Allen and Herbert and even Mahomes were like 4 touchdowns and two picks or something. Even C.J. Stroud had a few touchdowns and no interceptions. What do you think about a Mayfield with the Buccaneers? Are they a contender? I don't know. We have to see. It's all about defense. So far, what they beat the Bears, which I think Georgia could beat the Bears, and then you beat some other weak team in Carolina or something. Let's see, Tampa Bay. They got a pretty good game this week. with who they got. Where are they? Come on, Tampa. Oh, they're playing Philly. Okay, you beat Philly. Now I'm going to answer yes to that question. And we'll see how you play Philly. Now, they're in a weak division, although Atlanta seems to be controlling it. Carolina's got no chance because they don't have a quarterback. And then New Orleans looks pretty damn good. Now that they got Michael Thomas back and they got Olave and Kamara comes back next week, it's a four. I think he comes back week 4. So I think he comes back next week. New Orleans will be the best team in that division with Tampa. Although you can't knock Atlanta. Carolina probably won't win a game. You can't win without a quarterback. And the biggest mistake everybody makes is, well, he was good at Alabama. They're not playing New Mexico State and Arkansas State. They're playing NFL teams. And they play NFL speed and NFL defenses. All right, so tonight we got a game. We got the Niners 10.5, 43.5. I'm just going to go through the lines, then we'll get into the games. Minnesota's now 1.5. Again, this line goes from 1.5 to 1.5. So it's San Diego favorite, mini favorite. San Diego favorite. I like San Diego as the dog. Bet it hard in this light. Now, if it goes San Diego 1.5 point favorites, be careful. So try to get it in when you see Minnesota 1.5. I have no idea why the line's changing. It must be the Sharps, whoever the fuck they are. Over under 54. Cleveland 3.5, 39.5, which is surprising because Chubb's out. So Chubb being out has no effect. I don't buy that at all. Watson's playing like shit, and their defense is playing well. Tennessee, we know they have a strong defense. As far as I know, Tannehill and Henry are still playing. I give the edge to Tennessee here, but we'll walk into that in a minute. Jacksonville 8.5, 44.5. Good luck against Houston. I'm going to grade. I'll tell you my grades for the teams as we go through it. So right now, it's just the line. New England 2.5, 37 against the Jets that we love. That defense. Green Bay 1.5, 42.5. Down from 2.5, 42.5. Miami 6.5, 47.5. That hasn't really moved. Buffalo 6.5, 43.5. Detroit 3, 46.5. Why is Detroit favored? The better team's supposed to be favored. Am I right? Or am I missing something? Baltimore 8.5. Up from 7.5. Lamar has a hurt hand, but now so he'll be playing. So if Lamar is playing, it's back to 8.5, I guess, against Indy. Richardson. I mean, if you let Richardson run, you're a fucking idiot. Just blitz him, and he won't get 5 yards on you. Seattle 6.5, 42, up from 5.5. Bryce Young's questionable. Dallas 12.5, 42.5 against the Cardinals. If Joshua Dobbs gets a touchdown in this game, it'll be a miracle. The Chiefs 12.5, 48.5. Now they've been struggling. Looking at their stats, they are not an over team. They are not getting 25 points again. They're getting like 18, 19. They put up a 20 against Detroit, and they put up, a 17 last week. They has no defense. But let's say they got a little better. Again, this is what we got to find out. Oakland 2.5, 43 against Pittsburgh. Philly 4.5 from 5.5, 46. And Cincinnati 3 and 43 against the Rams. Now, from what I'm reading, Joe Burrow is still pretty banged up. I don't know why his calf is still bothering him. I haven't seen any of the games, just the highlights. So I'll have to keep a closer look on the highlights. I mean, can you not throw the ball? Is that why they're no? They did okay last week. It was Baltimore. First week it was raining, so maybe he couldn't run with his calf. But you would have thought the calf would have been healed by now. Not really sure. This is so good. Pita bread with sliced of chicken from the deli and hot mustard. And it's not bad because pita bread's only 14 carbs for the whole slice. So it's where you don't want a lot of carbs. I'm not having Wonder Bread or something. This is probably the best bread to make this kind of sandwich, only because I don't have time to make my eggs. So let's walk through it. I got the Giants as a Z team, which means they don't score and they give up a lot. Now, it's skewed because they didn't score against the best defense in the league, Dallas, second best defense, Niners, and the Jets. So they don't score against Dallas. Then they put up, 30 against Arizona, who sucks. And they didn't even score in the first half. So I don't think that's a big accomplishment. So technically, since I'm taking averages, they're a Z team. Are they really a Z team? I think Houston's probably the worst team, but we'll go through that. So the Giants give up 40 to Dallas, give up 30 to Arizona with Joshua Dobbs. You have a problem when your defensive coordinator lets Joshua Dobbs get 28, 30 points on you. Okay, point blank, you have a problem. So they have a terrible defense. And here come the Niners, the A team. They got the offense. They got Purdy. They got McCaffrey. They got Kittle. They got Ayuk. They got Deebo Samuel. They got the great defense. They're the studs of the league. They're the best team. Laying 10. Is that what we're laying tonight? 10, 10.5. Over under 43.5, 44. I just rounded to 44 for simplicity. Small play on the Niners. They should probably shut out the Giants in this one. This should be a repeat of the Dallas game. So the Giants, now you've got to mentally note it or write it down if you need to. I don't need to. I mentally note that when you're looking at their stats, they're going to have 2 shutouts and a 30. So are they really a Z team? Not really. They're just getting unlucky with this killer schedule, playing 2 of the 3 best defenses in the league where you're lucky to score on. In a league where most of the defensive coordinators are fucking idiots. I mean, what is Indy and Houston doing last week? What are they doing letting Richardson? What? He's on Indy. What's the Houston defensive coordinator doing letting him run for touchdowns from the 20-yard line? What is he doing? Why isn't he blitzing? You're at the 20. He can't throw. He can't read a defense. He couldn't throw in college. Why aren't you blitzing him? You're letting him run around and just run to the end zone untouched twice. This guy should be fired immediately. Doesn't get the whole concept of what the fuck they're doing. So, sticking with the Niners. So, I haven't picked the scores. All right, let's pick the score. 30-10, the Niners. Seems like a score that they did last week. I think they're good for that. I think you can play them under because I don't think the Giants have much to worry. Now, in the terror of last week where the unders were based on bad quarterbacks, I've spat all that out, and my unders are based on defense, not quarterbacks. Even though the quarterback sucks, how does Joshua Dobbs put up 30 points? Jones, Indy and Houston, what the fuck's going on? The only one that really rang true was my one lock, New Orleans and Carolina under did stay under. The other ones, I don't know how Indy Houston went over with that quarterback play, and I don't know how the Giants Arizona. See, because the Giants really don't have a good defense. So therefore, the coach doesn't know what to do, and he plays the zone, and the guys run all over him. Dobbs had all day to throw. He's not the guy you give all day to throw. He's the guy you blitz, and then he'll throw interceptions for you. So breaking it down like that, no, it's the only games I'm playing under are with Dallas, the Niners, or the Jets. That's it. And I did win my Jet Dallas under. Should have locked that one. This is where it gets confusing is the games I should have locked, Buffalo and the Dallas game, and I'm locking Kansas City over, which how that game didn't go over is just obviously fixed. I don't know that it was fixed, but it just seems like it, doesn't it? That all these other games going over and Mahomes is getting 19 points on a Jacksonville defense that sucks. Hey, Eric. All right, you got to buy the locks. I don't give the locks out. 2 college locks going, and I'll probably have a pro lock. I can give you the free picks. So in college, it's the Notre Dame Ohio State over with the under in the Georgia game. And in the pros so far, it's San Diego as the dog. And it'll probably be, let's go with, the Miami Denver over. There's your free pick. The Miami Denver over. And I've already given the San Diego free pick. Anytime San Diego's a dog, especially against a team like Minnesota, the only time you'd be scared of San Diego as a dog is if they play the Niners or Dallas. These teams that are just so strong defensively, that's what would scare me. Like if you're betting against Alabama when Alabama's really good, not now. Or betting against Georgia, I would be very leery to bet against Georgia. I go under in the games, but I very rarely am going to bet against Georgia. I'm not stupid. So San Diego against Minnesota. Minnesota has no defense. This will be we'll go through this. We'll figure out the score. And Miami has this huge offense. They're getting like 500 yards a game and no defense. And Denver really lit it up last week. Judy's playing. So look for Denver to light it up against Miami. And this is only a 47. So I'm only 41. I mean, that's a joke. Now, there's so many injuries. And most of them are questionable, I assume, are playing. This is the NFL. They're getting paid. If they're questionable, they're playing. I have no question Joe Burrow with the calf is playing, although I do question how good he's playing because of the calf. Kelsey, he played last week. So I look for these guys. Chubb breaks his leg. I don't expect him to take a shot. I don't think that would help. Thanks, I'm poor. Well, okay. Well, I'll bet the free picks. You won't be poor anymore. Probably parlay Georgia money line and under. Well, what's wrong with the Notre Dame Ohio State over with Georgia? Why don't you parlay that? Georgia money line, your odds got to be so bad on that. They're 41-point favorites. I don't know. You got to be crazy. I mean, because your odds are not going to be good. So, I don't know. Play him with San Diego. And the under and a teaser. Anyway. So, I figured 30-10 tonight, 40-point game. It's Thursday night. Giants got a trail. Well, the Giants are fucked because they played in Arizona, so they probably stayed West Coast, so they're going to be real tired. So Definitely see the Giants just crushing them, and then Barkley's out. Now, do I want to play the Niners minus 4.5, or do I want to play it under? Um, Probably minus 4.5 is good, but it's such a bad number. No, I wouldn't play a 7-point teaser unless it's 10 and I can get it to 3 and teaser ties. Then I would. That would be the one unique time I would play a 7-point teaser, is to get 10 down to 3 tonight. But it won't be close. But that would be it. So Jones against Purdy, no Barkley. Jones ain't going to run around against this defense. So definitely look for the Niners big here. Tennessee and Cleveland, both are under teams. This should be an under game. What do I mean by under? They don't score a lot, but they play good defense. And part of the reason is Henry for Tennessee, and then it was Chubb for Cleveland. Now, Watson looks like shit. They're not winning because of Watson. Well, they didn't even beat Pittsburgh. And they threw He threw a pick six and another defensive fumble that got Pitt 14 of their points. So you can't really say Cleveland's defense let up a lot. They're playing very well, but Tennessee, they're masters of defense. Tennessee's probably a live dog with Watson playing as bad and without Chubb. And Henry will just dominate the game because it takes their pass rushers, Cleveland, out of the game because they're going to run right at whatever the guy's name is. And so he's not – it's like you ran at Lawrence Taylor. You didn't run away from him because he was faster than you. But if you run right at him, he's got to take on the blocks and make the tackle. It's far harder for a fast guy if you run right at him. Titus, Professor, locked in this week after last week's. Very strong. I'm locked in every week. Certain weeks it just doesn't. We don't get the expected outcome that we normally get. This week I got a better feel. It's always the matchup of the game. Some games are just, how does Kansas City, Jacksonville not go over? Neither team's got a big defense. However, when you look at them now, Kansas City is an under team and Jacksonville is an under team. They're both under teams after 2 weeks. So again, I'm being kind of screwed by, this is what they are last year, but not this year. Now I'm looking at whatever they are this year is what they are, and not what's going on. Like Cincinnati. Cincinnati's a W team. They can't score and they don't have a great defense. So I'm not looking at them like they're a Super Bowl team. I'm looking at them as they suck right now. And that's how you got to look at it. But again, you got to see who they played. And it's only been 2 weeks. And the first week really doesn't count. After this week, they would have played a nice variety, and we will get a true picture of who they are, except for the Giants, because they're not going to score again. Not against, they had Dallas, they got shut out. They're going to get shut out by the Niners. And if they play the Jets next week, we will have no idea who the Giants are, because you're not going to score on these defenses. Which shows me this is why you need a throwing quarterback. Against these defenses, the running quarterback's not going to do anything. You need the throwing. You need Joe Montana could beat him, but not Daniel Jones running around like he thinks he's going to run for first downs out of his mind. Good morning, 77. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Getting ready for this week. 2 locks in college and a lot. I have like 8 to 10 teasers in college cooking, and I'm just going to start cooking the pros. I'm going to be very cautious, very selective with them, but I do have them figured out much better because week 1 we know is screwy, so you can't use too much of that data. Now we have 2 weeks of data, and where it's not like college when they play a high school team really fucks you up. Here they're playing pro teams, even though it's Indy and Houston and Carolina, I mean, the shit teams, they're still pro teams. Week 3, we got a lot of good teams versus lower teams. And looking at the Chargers-Vikings game, yeah, I gave that out. I like the Chargers as the dog. And pitting the Raiders, I mean, it's just Pitt has no offense, and the Raiders are bad, so you go off of there. But I definitely I like the Chargers as a dog anytime, especially against Minnesota. Well, when you got Herbert and those receivers, Minnesota can't stop anybody. Even if Jefferson goes wild, so is Herbert and Keenan Allen. So it's a real toss-up. I don't care Eckler's out because we got Kelly from UCLA. So I'm perfectly fine with Eckler being out. It shouldn't be a distraction. Okay. So so we got two unders playing each other. So let's give a game. 17-13 Tennessee. I can see this being low score. Two good defensive teams, two teams running. If anything, Tennessee wins because of Henry running through Cleveland without Chubb. And if you're going to rely on Deshaun Watson, they're in big fucking trouble. So I think Tennessee probably has the better defense here and Derrick Henry. So it's a good under and probably a good dog play. San Diego, Minnesota. They're both over teams. Herbert against Cousins. Over under a 54. Now here's where I kind of talk about what the line is. If the line was 48, this would be a lock over with no problem. At 54, it's a little bit high. And after last week, I'm a little gun shy with the Kansas City Jacksonville game, which was a 26, 17-9 or something. Like, are you kidding me? So let's just pretend, wink, wink, that was a fixed game because it couldn't have been a real game. San Diego here, I mean, they're going to score a lot. So is Minnesota, especially after last week. Cousins and Jefferson got it going against where the fuck out? So against Philly, it was 34-28. So they got 28 on Philly. No defense. Well, that's exactly what we want. We want two good teams. We got Jefferson, Keenan Allen, and we got teams with no defense, which are San Diego and Minnie. This is how you bet an over-under. Good offense and no defense, you bet it over. And it should go over. The mistake last week was actually KC and Jacksonville are not over defenses. They're actually under defenses. Now, mostly because the score was so low. Now it looks like an under, but maybe that's what they really are now. Maybe they fixed their defense. Lawrence I never liked, but Mahomes had Kelsey. I can't believe off of a loss they only got 17 points on Jacksonville. Again, I don't know. I got to relook at the highlights. Like, did they fumble 12 times? Was it let's go for it on 4th and 1 every time in the game at the opponent's 20 and not kick field goals or score touchdowns? Just I don't know. But now this is a dilemma. Do I take the dog or take the over? In this case, there's a huge trend of San Diego as a dog, as I talk about. Now, I know trends are hard because of all the movement, but in this case, we have the same coach and quarterback. Keenan Allen's been there, Herbert, 4 or 5 years. So I can use the San Diego trends. I can use the Kansas City trends, San Diego trends. There's a few teams I can use their trends. So here they're a strong road dog. They're probably the better team. Minnesota doesn't beat anybody by a lot, and San Diego plays every game close, as I've said. So really like San Diego in this. I'm going to go 27-24 San Diego, which is a 51. It could get a little higher, but I think that's pretty high for the NFL. So I think it's a 51. I think San Diego wins, or, well, it's close anyway. But I think there'll be a lot of scoring here. It could be in the 30s, but it's just there's something different. College, every game goes in the 30s, and the pros, we're gonna look at it differently. 77. I think that game will have live bet chances. I think Vikings will go up in the game, and Chargers come back and steal again. Well, it could be the other way around, but yeah, I mean, if you can get, I don't know how this live betting works. I pick the games, but yeah, if one team gets up 14-0 and the line moves to +9 for the other team, and I don't know if that happens or what, I could see definitely taking that team. That would be a great play. Really, I would just take either team, but can you tease these live things? So if it's 14-0 and they get up and now they're laying 4 or 5, can you tease it up? If you can't, it's not, to me, worth it. I just assume tease the game like I do. Take San Diego +7.5, and I know by the end of the game, it should be a winner. So again, Herbert against Cousins. Huge trends on the dog in this game. Right now, Minnie's 1.5, and both teams are over. High scoring and weak defense. So we love it two ways. The overs 54 is a little bit high for the NFL. It's funny, in college, I'd be loving this. USC Notre Dame, which I think's close to 54. It's a joke. Here it's like, can they score 27-24? I mean, look at last week, San Diego, Tennessee, 27-24. Minnesota, 34-28. That was a big one. They got to 62, but that was probably the highest scoring. Buffalo put up a 38. Seattle and Detroit, 37-31, a 60. Indy, Houston, of all teams, play a 51. The Niners and the Rams play a 30-23, a 50. The Giants in Arizona, 59. It was crazy. Hold on, I got UPS coming, so just give me about 2 minutes, please. Excuse me. Hi.
You got some packages going back?
Yeah, I have 2 packages. I asked if you could bring tape.
I have a tape measure, but I can.
Well, not a tape measure, but I actually got to seal them up. So here are the 2 boxes.
I can't come in your house.
You're welcome, but if you want, I can bring it out.
Yeah, I need you to. I'm not allowed to come in your house.
I won't sing.
No, it's okay.
That's kind of weird, but I know
yeah,
the way everything is today, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's a liability thing. There's no label. Oh, you have.
I got 2 labels. So Harley's supposed to pay for it.
Okay.
And I think they're on here.
Yeah, that's what those.
Tracking numbers and everything.
Yeah.
Now, do I get a receipt?
No, your receipt is your tracking number.
Let me just take a picture.
Alrighty.
1 second, guys. Hold on. I will take a picture. That's the beauty of these cameras now. You just take a picture and say,
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier, that's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, well, right here. Straight. I've been swimming so many times this year, so I'm not quite.
These bushes here affect them.
Yeah. Alrighty.
You pull that, you got it, it's going
Yeah.
out.
We're all
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, sorry about that. My Harley computer I had to send back. So they sent me the boxes and the wrapping. And so I just had UPS come out. It was one day she couldn't come in the house. Like, who gives a fuck? And so she just had to tape the boxes, and then there was a tracking number, which I got. So, where were we? Okay. You can updated lines live as well. If Vikings are up 17-10, you might get Chargers plus 6.5, 7.5. Yeah, if you could, that would be good bets. But I really don't. I've never done inline betting or live betting before. I don't know if it's just a Vegas thing or what. But I'm usually watching the games at home, and I got my bets in with my bookie. And if I'm in Vegas, I'll bet at William Hill. But I just make the bet, and then I go to the pool or whatever, or I'll watch the game, or I'll play poker. But I'm not even thinking of this in-game betting thing. I don't know what it is. I don't want to. I don't study it, so I don't know what to do with it. I only know what the score is going to be at the end. UPS in the house. Well, they wouldn't actually come in the house, but they got the two. So Harley will get the computer back, and that should be good. Live value is good. I'd have to study it and learn it. As I preach with you guys about Madoff and the stock market and craps and poker, if you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't bet a stock if you don't know what you're doing. If you don't know the company, you don't take a stock tip from the stockbroker because he doesn't know. He's a salesman. I'm an analyst, right? I'm an economist, financial analyst. I can read financial statements and understand them and determine if I should bet the stock or not. But you never want to listen to anybody else. Even here, you can listen to me because I'm not charging you. I charge for the picks, but in this situation, you're not paying to attend the class, but I'm teaching you what to look for. So when you get done with me, you should go, well, here's what the professor does. Here's what I need to look at to pick the games. In the end, I want to teach you how to fish. I don't want to give you the fish. I want to teach you how to fish yourself. Then you don't have to rely on anybody. And then you practice it and you get pretty fucking good at it. 77. You can hedge as well live betting. If the team you bet on goes up big time, you can hedge on your bet plus 400. I don't understand that. So if my team's up 40-0, I don't understand the hedge. Say you put $100 on the Chargers pregame and the Chargers are up 24-0. You can put 25 on the Vikings at plus 400, hedge your bet, just as an example. I would never do that. I see what you're saying, and see they draw you in with these odds. But if I got my money on San Diego and they're up 24-0, I'm counting my money. I don't want to make another bet on the Vikings in case, because I got the winner. And maybe in Ohio State, Notre Dame, that might work. I can score some points and it'll be a close game. I might think that. But if I got Notre Dame and 9.5 in the game and they're up 21-0, I'm not thinking about betting Ohio State. I'm like counting my money with Notre Dame. But the only game I could see that ever working was the Notre Dame USC game of 74, when it was 24-0 Notre Dame. Going into half, Anthony Davis scores. It's now 24-6 at the half. Now, that would have been a game, but it was 74. I had bet USC. I remember that bet very clearly because I thought I lost it. It was like -1 or -5 or -7, I think. I don't think it was a teaser. I think I was taking USC -7, and I'm down 24-0. It's a loser, 24-6. Anthony Davis, boom, 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 and they win 55-24. And I remember saying to my dad, oh, yeah, now we're winning. We actually got the lead, laying the 7. But that would have been a game that I would have jumped on USC as the dog because they were at home. And they did come back, but that's very few where you're going to get that explosion, especially now. They're trying to take all the aggressive plays out of it. Don't hit with the head. Don't hit this. You might hurt the guy. It's football. We expect the injuries. We want the injuries. That's why we watch the game. That's why we watch. I'm waiting for car racing to go, well, you guys can only go 60 miles an hour. You can't go 200. Anyway. Well, I know if San Diego's up, I don't want to touch Minnesota. I know Kirk Cousins. I think live betting you have an edge because the lines start to get bent. But yeah, look into it. You might find interest in it. Well, I don't know where to find it. I think it's on Scores and Odds because I get frustrated because I want to know what the real line is on the game. But I'm at the club, let's say. So I'll see the score and I'll go, what's the line? Now, I know if I posted it on Teaserking, I can go on Teaserking and look. But that's what I'm doing. So I'm looking at the line, and I do notice that it's a weird line. But here's the thing. Where in all these finance movies where they're telling you we don't want the client to ever sell. We just want them to go from one stock to another to another. We want to keep them. And that's kind of what's happening here is they want you to make more bets. The more bets you make, the more you're going to lose, right? So that's why they have all these, how many games the team will win, and it's on the radio. Oh, I think Oakland will win 6 games this year, or Kansas City will win 12 or whatever. That's why they do it. They want the action, and they know nobody's going to win because who the fuck knows? So let's say you got Cincinnati, Burrow's hurt. Let's say you got Cleveland, Chubb broke his leg. So you don't really know what is happening. So therefore, it's extremely difficult to make a bet 10 weeks, 12 weeks down the road. Who's going to win the Heisman? Who the fuck knows? If Williams gets hurt, he ain't going to win it. So this is why I never do that. And they're trying to get you to make more bets is the bottom line there. The more bets you make, the more you're going to lose. And you got to be careful. As I warned my guy, please try to get 11 to 10 juice or 10 to 10 juice. This guy gets 12 to 10 juice. And I'm like, try to get 11 to 10. If I think it's still out there, but I don't know. My bookie, it's, he used to be even money in the 70s and 80s. Now it's 11 to 10. I won't play 13 to 10 at MGM. Never. That's ridiculous. Bet 100 to win 70. Yeah. Okay. I'm betting teasers here. It's not, they're not automatic. All right. So San Diego 27-24, live dog, live over. There you go. Atlanta, Detroit. Atlanta is actually a B team. I think they beat Carolina. And then last week, they beat Green Bay 25-24. And Green Bay looks like a pretty good team. They've got a better defense than the Lions. So I look at Atlanta as a good over team, and their defense is playing fairly well. But again, Carolina week 1 doesn't mean anything. I think they played Carolina. Who did they play week 1? Yeah, they beat them 24-10. Then they get a little better offense, 25-24. So I'm looking for that type of game here. Again, it's skewed because of week 1 Carolina. So after this game, we'll get the real Atlanta. What are they, right? I think they're probably an over team. They never really have a great defense. So I'm going to go with the 25-24 Green Bay game. So that gives me Atlanta beat Green Bay. Forget the Carolina game. I think they're definitely a live dog here. You got Riddler against Goff. We know Goff chokes, right? What did he do last week? Throws a pick 6. They lose the game, right? So you think he's good, but when the game's on the line, he chokes, and then they lose, and that's what he does consistently. So I think this will be a close game. I think 31-30 Atlanta. I don't think I think Detroit, I don't know if they have an offense. They have problems without that running back, and now the guy they brought over, Campbell from the Bears, he got hurt. The guy from Alabama was not a good. He wasn't a good running back at Alabama. Why would you go to Alabama for a running back, considering they don't run the ball anymore? All right, with Henry, it's one thing, or even Najee Harris, I didn't mind, but it's not me, it's you two. Okay, there. I've kind of unfrozen. All right, so just second 77. So I think I like 31-30. Again, Detroit waste their draft picks on wide receivers and running backs. The wide receiver from Alabama doesn't even play. The running back is not very good. Why do they keep going to Alabama for these guys is beyond me. But again, they wasted. They could have had the Georgia defensive players, and they still need a defense. And now they're starting to get a lot of injuries. So that's always Detroit's excuse. Oh, he's injured, and he's injured, and he's injured. And then they lose and lose and lose. So I see Atlanta winning this game. I like it 31-30. I think it'll be high scoring. I do like the over. Again, Goff and Riddler, a little bit. Atlanta's changing their trends. They were bet against, and now they're starting to be bet on them. But they play the games close. So I like 31-30 Atlanta. I like Green Bay as well to beat the Saints. Those two games, Lions versus Falcons and Packers versus, are very similar, North versus South. Well, it's not the Civil War. I don't think they're going to have the Confederate flag out there, but yeah, they're similar. I mean, in that respect, they're similar. Both O teams win, though. No, I don't think Detroit will win. Both North teams at home as well. Maybe in January when it's cold, but not now. And Detroit plays in a dome, so I don't think that matters. That's a good pick, Professor. One of them is going to lose. Falcons have beat the Lions 3 games in a row as well, for whatever that's worth. New Orleans used to beat the Lions back in the 60s and 70s when New Orleans was a brand new franchise. The Lions, that's the Tom Dempsey kick, was 71 or 72. Shouldn't even have been a close game, and New Orleans stays in it. And then at the end, the guy kicks a 63-yard field goal when you didn't even kick 50-yard field goals bad. And he makes it. And the Lions didn't even rush. They didn't even try to block it. And typical Lions football. And New Orleans won 19-17. I remember watching that game at home as a kid. And I loved it. I love seeing the Lions lose. It's like, what else is new? Goff 8-10 at home as well. I mean, the Lions should be 0-2 if the Chiefs. Well, not only did they drop it, but even at the end of the game, he hits that 30-yard pass. It's called for holding. If it ain't called for holding, Casey's got the ball at the 35-yard line. One more pass, and they're going to kick the field goal with their kickers. Great, and win the game. So, I thought that was Kelsey didn't play, and they dropped 10 passes, and they won 21-20 and needed a pick 6. Their offense wasn't even going. Maybe KC's got this great defense because they really held the Lions to 14. Now they held Jacksonville to 7, and this is what I mean. They could be transforming from this over team to this strong defensive team for some reason. Maybe they got a new defensive coordinator. Maybe they got Georgia-style defense. I don't know, but Kansas City played Detroit and Jacksonville to 14 points and 9 points. So we've got to understand that they might be changing to a strong defense, like Oklahoma this year. Oklahoma looks like they held SMU to 11 points. That's ridiculous. They would never do that before. This Oklahoma-Texas game, which is always an over, might be a very strong underplay, as well as Oklahoma as the dog in a big revenge game from 49-0. So we'll get to the Green Bay game in a minute. So I like 31-30 Atlanta. I think if it gets close at the end, Riddler runs well. Goff will throw his 2 interceptions probably. I don't know that Atlanta's got a great defense. Again, they let Love get 20. It was 25-24, but it was a close game, and I don't see a big difference between Green Bay and Detroit offensively. I don't know if Adam Jones played or not. He got the touchdowns against the Bears, who are another team that really blows. So it's hard when Love beats the Bears. I go, well, that doesn't mean anything. They beat the Bears. Then against Atlanta, who doesn't really have a good defense. So I don't know. I'm still judging Love to see what kind of quarterback he is. Well, Goff 8-10 at home. It's you got to look at who he played. Like last year, the Lions win what 7 out of the last 8. Who did they play? The Bears twice, the Packers twice, Minnesota once. So they played the shit teams, and when they played Dallas, New England, Philadelphia, they lost all those games. So it's just they were in the beginning, and at the end was nobody. The Jets didn't have a quarterback, and then they played Carolina, who sucked and ran the ball for 350 yards on them, and they lost the important game they needed to win to get to the playoffs. They lost it. That's the Lions. So when there's no pressure, they do well. As soon as there's pressure, Goff chokes, the team chokes. Remember that about when Stafford was there. All they had to do was win one more game to clinch the division, and they lost 5, 6, 7 in a row. That's when Tucker hit the 60-yard field goal on him on Monday night for Baltimore. All they had to do was win one more, and they couldn't win it. When the pressure's on, the Lions choke. They always have. They always will, because that's how they draft their players. They draft a bunch of chokers. And they wonder why they lose every fucking year, and I sit there and we make a ton on them. We make a ton betting on them because we don't buy into the bullshit that they're better. It will be a game where like the Lions played better than the Falcons, but the turnovers, mistakes cost them, and they choked the game. Well, that's every Lion game. And the Falcons running back seals the game at the end. Well, I'll tell you, between Robinson and the other guy, I can't think of his name, they're going to run it down their throat. And the Lions have a very big weakness against the run. Their defensive line sucks. Hutchinson can pass the quarterback. He can rush, but he can't tackle. And if they had the Georgia defensive tackle that they passed on, who's a stud on Philadelphia, they wouldn't have these problems. What do? They draft a running back from Alabama. How does that stop your defensive problems when you don't need back? If they would have just signed the kid who's on Philadelphia now and the kid they had last year who got 17 touchdowns, you got your running backs, but no, let's go draft another one. What the fuck are you doing? But it's a tough game. I like the Chargers and Packers to win more. The NFC South might be better than we thought, and the NFC North, well, I don't think it's overvalued. I don't think there's a good team in the NFC North. The Vikings we know suck. Green Bay with Love, we don't know. The Lions we know aren't good, and the Bears are the worst team in the league. In the South, New Orleans, I'm expecting to be better with Derek Carr, Kamara, Thomas is back at wide receiver, and Olave. New Orleans is the best team in the division. Tampa, if they play Trask instead of Mayfield, I think they're very strong, but I don't know how good their defense is. Carolina probably won't win a game, and then Atlanta's pretty good. So, yeah, it's a much better league. The South's much better than the North. The East is obviously the East and the West are the strongest. Philly and Dallas against Seattle and San Francisco. And the Rams aren't too bad as long as Stafford's there and Aaron Donald are there. And you got the coach. Arizona, Joshua Dobbs is really your starting quarterback. Unbelievable. Bucks have a legit defense. Well, we'll have to see. I don't trust Carr or Mayfield. And Saints defense is also legit. Yeah, I trust Carr. He's pretty good, especially with Olave and Thomas. I think I can trust him better. All right, so Atlanta 31-30, Riddler against Goff, over under 46. Should be a high-scoring game, as I'm telling you. Indy and Baltimore, Richardson against Lamar, two pig quarterbacks, two guys that can't hit the broadside of a barn. Indy's actually an over team. They're scoring a lot of points, and they're giving up a lot of points. And Baltimore, is a B team. They score. Okay, they beat Houston the first week, 25-7 or something. And then they beat Cincinnati, who's playing like shit because Burrow can't walk. Now, this should be an easy Baltimore win with their defense. Not because of Lamar, though. Lamar scares the hell out of me. He can't hit a receiver 20 yards down the field. So we've seen enough of him running to go, okay, just pressure him. Can Indy do that? Did they do that last week against Stroud? No, Stroud threw for like 300 yards on them. So Lamar might actually throw for it if he figures out how to throw the ball. You got two running quarterbacks. So before this would be, I would lock it under going, both quarterbacks suck. However, in today's league, the defensive coordinators are so stupid, they'll let the guys run around, which is really frustrating. So when I see that happening, I can't go under. Indy's played Houston, doesn't give me anything. What was the score last week? So Indy Houston, 31-20. All right, so Houston's defense sucks. They get 31. They got 21 on Jacksonville. So they haven't played a real team yet. So I'm going to go 27-14 here, Baltimore. I think Baltimore should win. They're at home only because they have the better defense. They've got an under defense, and Harbaugh needs his head examined. I used to think he was a good coach. Indy, Richardson's got a concussion. Why is he even playing? And yet he'll play, but he shouldn't be playing. Why he's starting, I have no idea. Gardner Minshew is 100 times better than this guy. He came in last week, and he lit it up pretty good. So if we believe it's Lamar against Minshew, it's a whole different ball game. So if you see Minshew if you see Richardson out because of the concussion, right now he's listed as probable, and I don't know why. So he stinks, but he runs. And if you don't pressure him, he's a good runner. So I don't. This is where I'm blank. Okay, I don't know what this is. This isn't pro football. This is rugby. This is what? Soccer? I don't know what the fuck this is. This is not football. Running quarterbacks are not football. You're playing chess without the bishops and the rooks, okay? Both teams, terrible teams. So I give the edge to Baltimore because of their defense. So I would probably say over under a 45. I don't know. Hard to bet over in a Baltimore game. Hard to bet under in an Indy game because apparently they'll score touchdowns from the 20 running their quarterback, which is crazy. I think the only way you can play the game is Baltimore, if you can get -2.5 to win. I think Baltimore can. I'd be shocked if Indy goes to Baltimore and wins, put it that way. So I think it's a Baltimore. I think the line's cheap enough, 27-14. Green Bay, New Orleans. We've got, and the trends on both sides. So Baltimore is a pretty good home favorite, pretty good bet against home favorite. So let's go back. The teaser trend, Detroit, Atlanta is a small Detroit, mostly going against Atlanta, which is changing. This one, they're both good trends. Indy's a good dog, but again, I can't use it because now you got Richardson. Lamar I can use. They're a good home favorite, all right, and a bet against home favorite. So you can use the Baltimore trends because Harbaugh and Lamar have been there 3-4 years. And I'm only going back 3 years. But you can't use the Indy trends because you got Richardson now. Maybe after 7 or 8 games, if you get a good trend on them, you could use it. New Orleans and Green Bay, you can't use the trends. You got Love and Carr. Who's better? Probably Carr. They seem to be scoring, but they played the fucking Bears and Atlanta, two teams without defenses. You don't learn anything in Green Bay and the Bears. I learned that Green Bay probably can still score, but it was all Adam Jones that, here, I'll throw you a 10-foot pass. He runs 50. I throw him a pass 5 yards down the field over the middle. He goes for a touchdown. Yeah, Love's great. Yeah, okay. We'll give credit to Love on those. So I don't know, but what happens? Jones pulls his hamstring because no preseason. You should see how many hamstring injuries I see here. It's unbelievable. We'll go through the injuries after I go through the scores. I think this is a very close game. New Orleans with a very good defense and under defense. Green Bay does not have that. The Bears scored 20 on them, and Atlanta put up 25. So they're not an under defense. I think this is a close game. I think this is take the dog. I'm going to say 27-24 New Orleans, only because I like Carr better. And if Adam Jones is still questionable with the hamstring. So if Adam Jones plays, I think Green Bay might get the win, but it'll be a very close game. And let's see, at this point, over under 42, I think is extremely low because I think Green Bay scores, but they don't have the defense. I think New Orleans, you've got Thomas and Olave going and the running back from Detroit. So I look for, I don't know his name. I just know he's from Detroit. I think it's Williams or something. But I think this is over 36, I think, is a joke in this one. Green Bay is going to play higher scoring games because they get enough offense, but they don't have a defense. And New Orleans with the defense, but again, who did they play? They played Carolina, which doesn't count. And that was a 20-17 game. That was a 37. And in week one, they played another low-scoring game with Tennessee, who's a very strong defense, 16-15. So beating Tennessee with Henry and Tannehill is very impressive. Carolina, so we really don't know their defense. All right, Tennessee doesn't score a lot. Carolina doesn't have an offense. And now you've got Green Bay. So after this week, we will have a good feeling on New Orleans and Green Bay and most of the teams, Detroit and Atlanta. So now we put them together. Week one, you just got to ignore kind of. You still take some of the stats, but now it's getting blended with with these 2 weeks, especially this week. This is probably the first real week of pro football. The teams have played. Most of them have hamstring injuries. It's just unbelievable. So 27-24 New Orleans. I think you can take the dog in this game, probably the over. I can't imagine this game 36. I mean, this is a joke here. And Carr's a good quarterback with the receivers, and Love seems to be okay. Still put up 25 on Atlanta. So I see this as probably an over and probably a dog. If you can't pick the winner, it's a dog, right? So if you look at Green Bay, New Orleans, pick the winner, you can't, right? It's not a clear cut, the Niners and the Giants. The Niners are going to win. We know that. But if you can't pick the winner, it's take the dog. This is why I don't like that live betting. I can pick the winner of the game now. I can say to take New Orleans as a dog. What going on during the game, I don't know, and I don't want to know. All I want to know is the end. Did the dog cover? And I'm getting 7.5. And the dog's going to cover. For me, when I play, I'm going to hit 75% of them. So I don't get fucked up in the live betting because I don't know what to do with it. I just know how it's going to end. I know this will be a close game at the end. Same thing, Detroit, Atlanta will be a close game at the end. So I make my bet, taking the dog in the beginning, and just let's get to the end, and then, we'll go from there. New England, 2.5 over the Jets. I'm trying to figure out why New England's favored. Now, the Jets, the quarterback has not, Zach Wilson played against Buffalo and Dallas. Good luck with that. So he's thrown like 3 or 4 interceptions. But look who he's played. Buffalo with the fairly good defense. And Dallas with this, they look like the 75 Steelers. They're just super strong. So he's not really had it. Now against New England, they are an E team. Well, they're a low-scoring team, but they've been in about 20. They're about a 20, and they give up about 25. They give up 25 to the Eagles. And what did they do last week? Or was that the Eagle game? No. Who did they play? New England played Miami 24-17. So they're giving up in the 20. Miami is a very strong offensive team. But if we notice, New England's not scoring. Mac Jones sucks. Again, he hopes that he's playing Arkansas State and New Mexico and the rest of the SEC, not the pros. So he's way overmatched. The Jets, second best defense in the league, up there with the Niners and Dallas. Those three are your defensive studs. You only bet them under. You cannot bet those three teams in and over. It's not going to work because the team they're playing is not going to score. So I had them under. I had them first week and won. I had the under with Dallas, and that one won. Still, no, I probably would have locked the game now the way I see Dallas is playing. See, I didn't know Dallas was going to have this strong of a defense. Now it's been revealed. Okay, 2 weeks. Who's Dallas playing? Line, it's an under. It's pretty easy. They got Arizona 43. It's not even a thought. I'm teasing it under 49. It's not even a thought because Arizona's not going to score with Joshua Dobbs. But let's look at this game. So I don't know why New England's favored. The Jets an 8.5. I like. There's no real trend. Jones against Wilson. Wilson's from BYU is a very good quarterback there. He's bet some tutelage from Aaron Rodgers. He's going to get better, but when you place Dallas, you can't look at that game and say the quarterback's bad. Now you can look at this game and say he's bad, but he needs the Bears or the Lions or some weak defensive team to get better. So I do like the dog in the game because I don't think New England can beat anybody by 8.5. The Jets are an under team. They don't score a lot, and you can't score on them. Just think of them as the Niner defense, Niner head coach, the Niner defensive coordinators, their head coach running the Niner defense. So you got the Niners in New England. Only, Zach Wilson will get better, and he should get better in this game. I like the Jets at home. Over under a 37. This is where it almost gets a little bit too low. This is an Iowa over under, not a pro over under. It's a 37. It just shows you how bad New England is that this is it. I honestly, let's 20 to 13 is my score. I don't even know if the Jets can get 20, but I don't think New England gets much more than 13. Jones sucks. I mean, there's no question. The Jets, very hard. Dallas got down inside the 15-yard line 3 times last week and had to settle for field goals. Very tough team to score touchdowns on, the Jets, I'm talking. I like the Jets as the dog. The under, in this situation, under 43 probably is good. If it was 45 would be my lock under. But at 37, it's so low that it makes it difficult, although I still think you can go under on the game because the Jets don't score a lot anyway. Now, New England supposedly has this good defense, but I'm not seeing it. Again, Philly 25-20, Miami 27-20. So they gave up the pretty good defenses. Now, Miami's defense is very good. So this is probably a good under at 37. And I like the dog because there's no way New England should be favored in any game. Denver, Miami, we got 6.5, 47. This is your free play. Go over. Both teams are over teams, so neither team has a defense, and both have good offenses. Tug against Russell Wilson, pretty even there. I don't care what you say about Russell Wilson. He's still a stud. I don't care. There's a big trend on Denver in this one as the dog. Miami's not very good at home. Denver's a strong dog. Miami's 6.5. I think the only way you play this is over. I think you have to play Denver as a dog in this. Now this could be one where Miami goes up 21-0 and you lie bet at Denver. This is where I could see it because Denver will come back because Miami doesn't have a defense. And that's what you're looking at. Hell, they gave up 20 points to New England. Really? Wow. So this should be very high scoring and dog. So free pick, take this game over. Free pick, San Diego plus the 7.5 for 8. That's your free teaser. Lock teaser, I'm not telling. That one you got to buy. Score. 37 to 30. I go 37-30 Miami in this game. I think this is your 60-point game. I think Denver can score on Miami. They can't stop Russell Wilson. He still can run. As long as Judy's playing, they will score. Sean Payton is now getting the team comfortable with his offense. He's getting used to calling the plays. He gives you 15 to 20 points just because he's the coach. So look for him. He's the offensive mind. Definitely look for them to score. They got a lot of injuries on defense, so it's a perfect over. Now I know Waddle is questionable, but at the end of the day, they'll both. When game time comes, all the questionables play. So the only guys that, when you look at the injury list, that you worry about are the outs and the doubtfuls. Anybody questionable and above is playing. This is the NFL. Houston, Jacksonville. We got Houston, probably the worst team in the league. They're actually a W. So they don't score and they don't have defense. Playing Jacksonville, who's now an under team. Go figure that one out. They can't score. They get 9 on Kansas City. You got a problem. And their defense, I don't know. They gave up 21 to Indy in the week 1, and then they gave up 19 to Kansas. What was it, 19 to 7? 17 to 9. So they only gave up 17 to Kansas City. So they must have a great defense now, although they gave up 21 to fucking Indy. So I don't know what's going on. I'm not sold. I think Jacksonville still has a shit defense, but we will see. We're not going to learn anything here with Houston. I think Jacksonville wins the game 27 to 14. Excuse me. 27-14, Jacksonville. Jacksonville's the better team here. Lawrence against Stroud. Stroud's throwing for yards, but not touchdowns. I don't know if he's running as much or just throwing, but Houston, they seem wide open. Over under a 44. I got a question mark. All the other games I got over or under. I come to this game, I got 44. I got a question mark. I don't know over or under. According to this, it looks like an under. But after last week, I'm scared to play Houston under with Stroud. Their defense is just so bad. I think the only way to play this is Jacksonville lane, the 2.5. But I can't trust Trevor Lawrence, so I can't. So this is a pass, but I think Jacksonville wins it. Buffalo, Washington. Josh Allen against Thurston Howell III, who lights up. Who did he light up? Denver last week. I couldn't believe this score. So they win 35-33 at Denver. Now you know why I like Denver, Miami over. You couldn't stop Thurston Howell. He's running. Where's the defense? Where's the blitzing? What the fuck are they doing? Buffalo. Now they play, let's see. None of the quarterbacks in their division run. Rodgers doesn't run, or Wilson. Tug never runs. Jones runs a little bit on New England, and Josh Allen's more of the runner. At Washington, now here's where Buffalo tends to struggle as the road favorite on grass. I think it's still grass in Washington. Over under 44. Buffalo's an A team. Granted, they lost to my Jets, as they should have, and then last week they killed Oakland, which was my. I think that was the free play. No, I didn't. I don't think I free played, but I did play Buffalo. Played them good. I played them with Philadelphia, the Thursday night game. Off of a loss. Now they're still theoretically off of a loss. They've got the loss, so they won. So it wasn't last week they lost, but they still have the loss. And so they're tied with the Jets. They're not in the lead. They're tied with Miami, I think. Or Miami might be 2-0. Anyway, Buffalo needs to win. And this is what we're looking for. Teams like Buffalo that need to win. Now they got the incentive. Because when they fall off is when they're going to play a good – they have to play Dallas or the Niners. they're going to have the same problem they had against the Jets. Washington's defense I thought was good, but apparently either that or Denver's got this incredible offense, which I think they do have a good offense. That's why I bet it under. I figured Denver couldn't score, and Washington's got a good defense, and Thurston Howell he can't quarter. So let's say he's okay. Let's say he's better. There's no trend in this. Buffalo's not a strong road favorite. Washington's not a strong home dog. The A team. So if we go with the team with the better defense, we would take Buffalo here even. Let's look at a score. 31-17 Buffalo, I think. I think they start dominating the game. It's funny, before I can't picture it. And then when I think of the score, I go, oh yeah, I guess Buffalo will win. I would think I'd have to bet Buffalo here. I wouldn't want to fuck and bet against Buffalo, only with a defense. The Jets, I bet. Again, Dallas and the Niners, I would bet against Buffalo with. That's how you beat these teams, is with the defense. Cincinnati, I don't know what's going on with them yet. So I think Buffalo wins because they have to win. They got the loss. Over under a 44. I got a 48. Probably an over because I think you bet Buffalo over. I think with Josh Allen, they seem to score. They seem to be able to score touchdowns. And then he runs around and you know what the fuck he's doing. And Washington, I don't know. They put up a big number against Denver. And again, their defense was very weak. So that's why I like Buffalo in the game, because Washington couldn't stop Denver. They're not going to stop Buffalo. Over under 44. I don't know. Maybe it's an over 38. Seems like a low over for a Buffalo game. And again, I have no idea about Howell. I can't comment. He's not good, so I don't know where they're getting the points from last week. He did run a little bit, but in my mind, he did move the ball. They are scoring with them, so I think you go over, and I think you go Buffalo here. Carolina, Seattle. Now, Bryce Young is injured. He's questionable, hurt his foot. Young and Richardson are both questionable this week, but we want them to play because we want to bet against them. Carolina stinks, basically no offense, decent defense. Seattle's an over. So they didn't show up week one against the Rams, and Stafford picked them apart. And then week two, they saw the perfect remedy, the Lions, and they go and they beat them again. We did have Seattle as the dog in that game. I'll take credit for my couple of wins last week. Carolina, I mean, they have a decent defense, but they really didn't play. They beat New Orleans, and last week was what? Last week was New Orleans 20-17. Week one, we can't really look at. They lost to Atlanta 24-10. So they give up about 20. Seattle should light them up, although Seattle is not good at home as a home favorite. I don't know why, but they don't blow out at home. Probably because they don't have the Legion of Boom in the defense, which is what you need to be. The dominating teams are like the Niners and Dallas. It's because of their defense. It's never the offense. So Seattle has the offense. Maybe they got it going. Let's go 27-10 in this game for Seattle. They just pop in. It's whatever pops into my head. I think Seattle can definitely put up numbers. I think after the Detroit game, I don't think Carolina has got the pass rush. And they've been playing weak offensive teams. The fact the game's in Seattle helps. The fact Seattle beat Detroit, they've got the receivers. They've got the running backs. I think Seattle finally wins at home. Again, their defense is kind of weak. Now, if it's not Bryce Young, I don't know who the quarterback is. I got Matt Corral, but he's now on New England, so I don't know who their backup is. We'll have to see, but that's I want Young to play because he's not ready to play. That's like Indy with Richardson. I'd rather see Richardson out there than Minshew. Minshew, I'm not going under with Minshew. He's a good quarterback. I don't know why he's not starting. He should start the first the first 10 games and then get Richardson. You bring him in on some running plays and a little screen or something like that. Richardson's so far over his head right now. He just goes back and all he wants to do is run. I mean, that's not a good quarterback. So I think Seattle at home takes care of business against Young. Let's be careful on that. Sunday we'll look at who the starter is if it's not Young. The Bears against KC, our first Z team. No, the Giants are Z, the Bears are Z, Oakland's a Z. Those three are our Z's. Amazing. Carolina, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Houston are our W's. So there's about 7 real shitty teams right now. But that can change. Some of them, it should change pretty quickly. So Carolina was a W. Here we got the Bears, our Z team. No offense, no defense, no coaching. Like, they're not going to win a game. I don't know who they can beat. They can't beat the Lions, Minnesota, or the Packers. They got the AFC West, KC they can't beat, San Diego they can't beat, Denver they can't beat. Maybe they can beat Oakland. That's it. So we got the Bears 12.5-point dogs to a Kansas City team that's playing underball. They're winning 17-9. You can't lay 12.5 in this game. Over under 48. Last year this would be an over because Fields would run and get 20 points and the defense would give up 30. And every game was a 50, 60-point game. And I still remember the Monday night game. It still gives me nightmares. They go into New England and win 35-0. Like, but Belichick's never seen a running quarterback before. The legend Belichick, who can't win without Brady. So KC's an under team. My score here, KC 31, the Bears 17. Let's say that. They'll win by 14. That's a 48. That's right where the number is. It's a 14. That's right where the number is. I think Mahomes has a field day against this defense because this defense sucks. So if you're breaking the game down, you always look for the weaker defense. That's who you want to bet against. Art of war, bet against weakness. Weakness is who's got the weaker defense. In this case, it's Chicago. We've got Mahomes against a Mickey Mouse defense. He should light it up. We got Fields who's going to run on this Kansas City defense. Maybe he gets some points. It's right about where it should be. 12.5. I can't take. KC is not scoring. 17 against fucking Jacksonville. Are you kidding me? So it makes it very difficult when you have a Kansas City team that's not scoring. Now, Kelsey didn't play the first week. He did make some catches last week, but maybe the knee's bothering him and he can't really get out. We got the other guy, Tony, dropping balls. I don't know how many balls he dropped last week. We got Pacheco and Chocolate Eclair. I don't know if they're healthy and ready to go or not. This should be like, this is KC. If they don't put up 31 on the Bears, they got big problems because this Mahomes should be licking his chops against this defense. No rush, no secondary. He should have all day to pick them apart. So this should be unless they just don't have receivers. Tony sucks. They lost Smith-Schuster, so they've got Valdez-Scantling, and they got, the running backs, the second tight end, and Kelsey. So we will see. At home, I expect them to win. Fields will run around and because he's confused. He thinks that the quarterback runs and doesn't pass. So maybe you go over 42 because the Bears defense is so bad. KC might get 40 points in the game, but I don't know. Right now, they don't look like they can score 40. They didn't do it on the Lions or Jacksonville, two very weak defenses. So I'm not going to see it here. Dallas and Arizona. one of the few A teams in the league. Dallas, along with the Niners and along with Buffalo, are your only A teams. Two of them have very, very strong defenses. Prescott against Joshua Dobbs, I guess. I mean, okay. My score 38-0 Dallas. Lane 12. Love the under in the game. Dallas an 18. Good offense. So you can score, right? You have a good offense and this shutdown defense. Micah Parsons will take care of Dobbs. He ain't going to run for shit. Arizona is an E. They scored 23 to 27 points on offense. That's the E. And no defense. And they let the Giants 31-28 to the Giants. That's a 59 with the team with no offense. Dallas 38-0 sounds right. I think it's an under. I don't see how this game goes to 49. If you think Dobbs is going to light up Dallas, you're out of your freaking mind. There's no way that happens. There is an edge on for Dallas as Arizona is a bad home dog. I said it last week that the Giants actually covered against Arizona as a home dog, but here you got them as a home dog. They are terrible as a home dog. So question is, do you want to lay 6.5? Which always comes back to haunt you because Dallas sleeps through the game. They don't really play. They don't need the game, and then Arizona backdoors you and that. But I don't think that happens here. I don't think they do shit. So I like Dallas 38-0. Just like they did to the Giants 40-0. When you have defense, you can bet the team because that's always there. Micah Parsons is going to play. He's going to have 5 sacks. Dobbs can't run on him. Arizona's fucked in this game because of the defense. You don't bet Prescott because you can't trust him. He'll probably have his 2 interceptions here, but Arizona's defense sucks. So this is definitely, you got nice weather. This is all Dallas here. Pitt against Oakland, 1972 Immaculate Reception game. Kenny the Snake scores from 30 yards out, and Bradshaw was so bad, doesn't know what he's doing, throws it up. The only question I have is why the hell did Jack Tatum make that hit? If Jack Tatum doesn't make the hit, unless the guy catches the ball, there's no time. The time is out. All he's got to do is let him catch the ball and tackle him. The only way Oakland loses the game is Jack Tatum because he hit him so hard that the ball went all the way back to Franco to catch the ball. Otherwise, there's no fucking way. Let him catch the ball. Your hit cost you the game. So, with that said, here we got Oakland 2.5, 43. Pickett against Garoppolo, not Bradshaw against Stabler, unfortunately. See how the game is so different? I mean, Bradshaw and Stabler, those were superstars, and now you got Pickett, who doesn't even belong, and Garoppolo, who sucks. So you got 2 bad quarterbacks. You got Pitt with no offense and apparently no defense because they're not playing that strong defense. Their offense was based on 2 defensive touchdowns last week. Oakland is a Z team. When did you ever heard me say that? Oakland's never a Z team. This year they can't score and their defense sucks. How can a Z team be favored? They can't. There's no way Oakland can win this game. Anyway, I think it's 17-13 Pittsburgh. It's an under and it's a dog game. No trend on it. Pittsburgh's on a big road dog, and Oakland is very rarely a home favorite. So I think Pitt's defense is the best unit on the field. Oakland doesn't have a defense. You're not going to rely on Garoppolo to beat you. I'm not going to rely on Pickett to score. I think it's a good under game and a good dog game. Philadelphia and Tampa Bay. So let's see, 77. Hey, Bobby Bo. It's fine. We're waiting for you. Well, we're talking pro football. Well, the free game is San Diego as a dog. Yeah, we're talking NFL now. We'll go to gold later. and then upgrade to 7. No, I like the 77. I like the 7s, Bob. You keep the 7s. And then the other free pick is the Miami-Denver over. So Miami-Denver over with San Diego +8. It's gold, Jerry. I'll go through the scores for you, Bobby, when I'm done. So Philadelphia, an over team. I don't know what's happening to the defense with all my Georgia players on it. I can't believe they're not shutting out half these teams. Fucking, they give up 20 points to New England, and then last week 28 to Minnesota. Where's the defense? Here comes Tampa. So you got Hurts against Mayfield. The trends go to Philadelphia. Tampa Bay. Philadelphia is a strong road favorite. That's the trend. We can't use Tampa because Brady's not there. Mayfield's new. So then none of the Tampa trends work, but the Philly trends as a road favorite. But even that, Hurts has been there, was it 1 or 2 years? I don't remember. But the trend's still there with him there, so we will continue it. Strong offense, we know. Where's the strong defense? I don't know. Tampa Bay is a B team, so they are scoring pretty good, and their defense is good. Now, again, Tampa Bay has played nobody. They played the Bears 27-17, so that's probably a pretty good defense. The first week, they beat Minnesota 2017, which is looking good. But again, it's a week 1 game where Cousins doesn't play in the preseason, so week 1's bullshit. So if we go by last week's game against the Bears, 27-17, scoring 27 against the Bears is nothing. Holding them to 17 is probably pretty good. I don't know how strong their defense is. I think Philadelphia wins the game because I think they're the better team. I think the defense. The question is Mayfield? So in the New England game, Jones threw the ball 50 times. In the Minnesota game, Cousins threw the ball 50 times. So I think these guys realize we can't run on the Georgia defense. All we can do is spread them out and pass. Now Minnesota and he had a big game, and Minnesota had that other guy from USC who had a big game. Come on. Sorry, Bobby, I'm freezing a little. Let's go. Come on. Unfreeze. Okay, so Tampa holding the Bears 27-17. Will Tampa throw the ball 50 times? Because this seems like the only thing you can do against Philly. But I don't think Tampa can stop Philly. I don't agree that their defense is back. 23 to the Niners. So I think you can take the Rams, and I think if the Niners couldn't blow them out, I don't think there's no way Cincinnati can. Over under, again, I'd rather take the Rams in 9 than fuck around with an over under that I don't know what I got with Burrow. Stafford, I know what I got. He'll throw his interception, he'll throw his touchdowns. And they're the much better team right now, the Rams are, than Cincinnati, and you get them with points. So you got to go the Rams as the dog. So let's go through the scores. The Niners 30-10, Tennessee 17, Cleveland 13, San Diego 27, Mini 24, Atlanta 31, Detroit 30, Baltimore 27, Indy 14, New Orleans 27, Green Bay 24, the Jets 20, New England 13, Jets, Jets all the way. Miami 37, Denver 30, Jacksonville 27, Houston 14, Buffalo 31, Washington 17, Seattle 27, Carolina 10. But we got to see if Steve Young's quarterback. Or maybe we should call him Vince Young. Which Young is he, Bobby? KC 31, Chicago 17, Dallas 38, Arizona nothing, Pitt 17, Oakland 13, Philly 24, Tampa 20, and LA 21, Cincinnati 20. So both Richardson and the other guy and Bryce Young are questionable. We'll talk about them Sunday morning. Let's quickly check injuries. All right, NFL injuries. I'm only going to talk about players that I know who they are. Buda Baker is out for Arizona, which doesn't help him against Dallas. He's one of their better players, the safety. And of course, Kyler Murray's out. He'll be out the whole year. There's no reason to bring him back. Atlanta, Okuda from the Lions is of course playing because he'll get 2 interceptions to show the Lions. See, again, they get a number 3 pick. They get these high draft picks, and they let him go, just like the guy from Georgia who's on Philadelphia who ran for 175 yards last week. And they're all going, why did the Lions? They're like, why did we let him go? Because they don't want to pay the contract. They won't pay the second contract. That's the Lions. That's why they always lose. So Okuda will be all pissed off. Cordell Patterson's questionable with the thigh. That's all I can. Those are the only guys I can see. Lamar on Baltimore, probable with the hand. I didn't know he was hurt. And will it really matter? He can't throw anyway. Duvernay, the receiver's questionable with a shoulder. Clowney, questionable with an illness. Beckham Jr., probable. LSU boy, Bobby, probable with an ankle. J.K. Dobbins is out with an Achilles. And that's all I can know. Do I know any Buffalo guys? Knox, the tight end's questionable with the back. Micah Hyde, questionable the safety. That's it. Von Miller's out indefinitely with the knee, unfortunately. Here's where you want him to play because we want to bet Buffalo against Washington. Come on, Von, get back. Carolina, do I know anybody on this? Miles Sanders from Philadelphia is questionable with the pec. Bryce Young is questionable with an ankle. You can't run in this league, fellas. Sorry, this isn't Alabama. You're not playing New Mexico State every week, or the high school team. The Bears. 3 linemen are out. Mooney, the receiver, is questionable with the knee. That's it. Butkus, I don't see. Joe Burrow, questionable with the calf. He's still hurt with the calf. It's got to be a ligament or a tendon. It cannot be a pulled calf muscle. There's no way. It takes a week and you're okay. You ice it up. There's no fucking way this is a calf. I'm fine anyway, Bobby. Stream was frozen for the last few. Yeah, well, it was frozen before. It's fine now, but yeah, I can see when I freeze, I get stuck. I can see it, but now it's fine. So yeah, it's just YouTube or the Russians on the internet. I don't know. Anyway, sorry about that. So Burrow's questionable. That's the only one I know. Cleveland, we know that. Let's see. Amari Cooper questionable with a groin. Nick Chubb's out with a broken leg. Conklin, the tackle from Michigan State, is on the IR. And that's it. Dallas. Zach questionable, the guard with an ankle. Cooks, the receiver's probable, so who cares? I'm sure he'll play. So most of these questionables and probables are all playing. You don't even question it. They're going to be playing. Denver. We go through the positions. Offensive tackle, questionable. Defensive line, questionable. Safety, cornerback, safety. Another safety's on the IR. A linebacker's out with the hip. Now, I don't know any of them. Well, Jerry Jute is going to play, so this is good for the over there. Detroit, they don't have any players worth mentioning. St. Brown, their one receiver, is questionable with an undisclosed. We don't know what he's got, but he's questionable. Uh, Another receiver, Reynolds, who sucks, is questionable with a groin. They'll be playing. They all take the needles. Tyler Decker, the tackle, is questionable with an ankle. Montgomery, the running back, is questionable with the thigh. I thought he was out for 4 to 6 weeks. And then the rest are a bunch of pigs. Hooker out with the knee, the quarterback. Green Bay. Watching the receivers questionable. Aaron Jones is questionable with the hamstring. He's the guy you got to keep your eye on. He's their offense right now. He's the guy that got 2,000 yards for Wyoming when Josh Allen was there to make Josh Allen look good because everybody's concentrating on him rushing for 2,000 yards. That Allen could just sit back and throw made him look better than he was. Bakhtiari, for a change, is quite. He's injured more than Julio Jones. Bakhtiari. Houston, C.J. Stroud questionable with the shoulder. Why is he even playing? Houston has Jacksonville. Okay, so he's questionable also. So we got Stroud, Richardson, and all the pups are questionable this week. And the funny part is we prefer them playing because we know they suck, and the backups are much better. So it's pretty funny. So let's see, Houston. Do they have anybody we know that even if they're injured, we could say, oh, yeah, this guy's injured? I don't see anybody. I have no idea who these guys are. No wonder they can't win a game. They got a bunch of nobodies. Here's Indy. They beat Houston. It's probably their only win. Richardson's questionable with a concussion. How many concussions? What until he's out? What, 3 concussions, and then it's like that movie when the guy had 5 concussions and then he died in that. Jonathan Taylor's out indefinitely. It's the second. My UI isn't responding. This comes and goes right now. It hasn't been here for a while. Come on. Unbelievable. I've never seen this type of message before. I got to get a new computer. All right. So Jacksonville, Josh Allen, the linebacker's questionable. Smoot, the linebacker's out with an Achilles. All right. Kansas City, Tony, questionable. Pacheco, questionable with a hamstring. And that's it. So they're pretty healthy. So Kelsey's not even here. San Diego, Mike Williams, receiver, questionable with an ankle. Bosa, linebacker, hamstring. Here he goes. Another linebacker with a hamstring. They got 3 linebackers with hamstrings. I love it. So don't play them in the preseason, though. And then Eckler is out with an ankle. There, I'm back. So Eckler, I don't care because Kelly from UCLA is more than adequate. The Rams. Stenson Benson's out with an illness. We don't know what it is, but he's out with an illness. They won't tell you what the illness is. And Cooper Kupp's out with the hamstring. So there's really only is the one. And probably, if it's my guess, Stafford started crying that Stenson Benson was better than him. And he can't handle the competition. So they got him out with an illness so Stafford can play. He was a baby in Detroit. He didn't want any good backups. Oakland, Devontae Adams, probable with a concussion. And that's it. Miami, Van Ginkel, the linebacker they're all raving about, has an ankle. Tyreek Hill, questionable with an ankle, not a problem. He'll be playing. Ahmed from A&M, questionable with a groin. Waddle, questionable with a concussion. They're all playing. We might wait a day or 2 to bet it, but I'm not. What's today? Thursday already. The Vikings, James Naylor from MSU, questionable wide receiver with a hamstring. That's it. So they're pretty healthy, Minnesota, except for Kirk Cousins stinks. The Giants, offensive tackle out, linebacker out, guard out, defensive back questionable. Barkley out with an ankle mid-October. I don't know what he did. If he broke it, he'd be out past October. So I don't know what Barkley has. But is that really going to matter tonight against the Niners? They'll be lucky to get 10 points. The Jets. A bunch of questionables. Brees Hall, running back, questionable at the knee. Aaron Rodgers, ankle. That's it. So just the one running back. New England. Our buddy Bote from LSU's got a hamstring. There's two Jay Jones, the defensive backs, but apparently they're two different people because one guy's questionable with an ankle, the other guy's out with a hamstring. So I thought maybe it was the same guy they duplicated. So there's two Jay Jones defensive backs. Otherwise, I don't know anybody there, and Brady's no longer there, so they can't use him to win. New Orleans, let's see. Kamara eligible week 4 suspension. So I think he's eligible next week. Williams, the running back from Detroit's out with a hamstring, unfortunately. Jake Hayner is suspended till week 7. It was some legal issue. And that's it. So they're pretty healthy, except for they need Kamara back. And this Williams, the guy who scores all the touchdowns, out, unfortunately. Philadelphia, Gainwell. I like him from Memphis. Running back is questionable with ribs. Q Watkins, wide receiver with the hamstring. I like pointing out all the hamstrings because they get them ready. The coaches do such a good job getting them ready in preseason, so they can all get hamstring injuries week 1 and week 2. Pittsburgh. McFarland, running back, out with the knee. Haywood, the defensive tackle, out with the groin. That's it. The Niners. Ayuk, questionable with the shoulder. And that's it. So they're healthy. Seattle. Adams, the safety, is he's questionable. I thought he was out the year, so that's good if they can get him back. He's that real stud, Adams, the safety. DK Metcalf, probable with ribs. That's good. Devin Bush from Michigan is questionable with the shoulder. Kenny McIntosh, running back from Georgia, the rookie, is out with the knee. Unfortunately, we need those Georgia guys out there. Tampa Bay, Edmonds and Vaughn, the running backs. I have no idea. Edmonds is out till November. Vaughn is questionable. That's it. I don't know. Russell Cage, wide receiver, IR at the knee. Tennessee, Hooker, defensive backs, probable. Okay, I don't want to say probable guys because we know they're playing. Again, DeAndre Hopkins, probable with an ankle. That's where he ended up going. So he's on Tennessee with Henry and Tannehill. Derrick Henry is questionable Sunday with the toe, and we like the game under anyway. So now this is really even a better under if he doesn't play. Will Levis, who cares? He shouldn't even be in the NFL. And Haskins from Michigan, the running back, is on the IR, undisclosed. What does that fucking mean? Washington. Let's see. Bunch of nobodies. How does Washington win a game with this roster? I don't even know any of the players. All right, so those are the injuries. So those are good. So we've got Stroud, Young, and Richardson all questionable, but they all will play. I don't know why Richardson with the concussion would even think of playing. He doesn't know what he's doing anyway. Young, we hope plays because we want to bet on Seattle. And Stroud, see, and the problem is, but then you get the backups come in who are better. So it makes your bet, it fucks your bets up because you want to bet against Young. But if he doesn't play and the backup is 10 times better, then it's a whole different bet. So that's what we got. So for you, Bobby, we found alligator yesterday. This is yesterday's video on alligator, did one. So I liked it. There wasn't a lot to say on it. I mean, he did the same spiel. The guy from Russia on the gold back currency and the credit, it's nothing really new that he hasn't said. And that's the problem when you're talking economics. Like football changes every week. You've got different teams, different games. So you got to figure it out. That's what I enjoy, figuring out the game. Economics, we've already got it figured out. You're printing money to zero. You're going to have massive inflation, and you need gold to survive because the dollar's going out. And Sergei Bubkov of the Russians have come up with this gold-backed currency. Okay, we got it. There's not a lot different than Alligator says. I will watch it again today and see if there's anything worth talking about. I don't want to just randomly go through it. Was Bobby? Bobby was late. Bobby owes us some silver. Bobby better be buying gold. Now, here's the difference, Bobby, to your analysis. Yes, silver will go up more than gold will go up on a percentage basis, but silver's at $25. So if silver goes to 200 on a percentage basis, it went up quite a bit. But if gold goes up the same amount or a little less, goes from 2,000 to 10,000. So that's only gone up 5 times. Where silver goes up 5 times, it's 1.25. So silver will go up 10 times, but I'm much happier with my gold going up 5 times. So again, they're dicking around. They're playing games. With COMEX today, it was up to 1950 yesterday, back down to 19. Well, let's see what it is. I always see it around 10 o'clock, so I never know what the fuck. Because I know that's not a real, not that the whole thing's not real, but that's even less real. So it's at 1920 right now, but again, it's fantasy, silver 23. So it's not even worth really looking at. So we got 2 locks in college posted. Your free play, Notre Dame, Ohio State over, Georgia under. And then we've got the guy I bet with that I get the 20% from couldn't bet the Georgia under. I said, well, bet Notre Dame over, Georgia under. And he couldn't. The Georgia game is not, he's not able to bet it. I said, what do you mean it's not on? I see that's 54. And he says, you're unable to bet it. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you be unable to bet it? So I said, as soon as you're able to bet it, just go under with it. So anyway, it's really strange. So that's your free college. Your free pro is San Diego as the dog. It's been going where they've been a favorite of 1.5. They've been the dog 1.5. I got it as the dog. So I got San Diego an 8. And then the other free pick is Denver, Miami over 47. So 41. That's a joke. That's just way low. Are you kidding? My score is 37-30 in that one. So I'm seeing a 67, and I got to do 41. So anyway, that's how I look at it. Silver gold. So in economics, I mean, it's the same old thing. It's the debt killing everything. The economy's slowing down, and it's already slow. Um, get your money out of the bank before they collapse. These banks are getting really near collapsing. Um, look for that. Let me get some more water. Hold on a second. So, what do we know? We know the banks are collapsing. We know the money's collapsing. Just don't want to be left holding the bag. So you just want to get out of it early. I mean, the problem most people have is they like, well, why should I get out of it now? It hasn't happened because you can't wait till it happens. That's why I use the Titanic so much. When it hits the water and all the water's coming in, they've hit the iceberg. You get to the lifeboat as soon as possible. You don't wait till, oh shit, the boat's going under and now I'm going to panic and go to the lifeboat. You go to the lifeboat as soon as you know I need to go to the lifeboat. And that's what you need to do now with the gold and silver. Get to the lifeboat now, not, we know it hit the iceberg. So we're not even at the point where it hasn't hit the iceberg. It's already hit it. We know that. The debt's 33, 34 trillion. The only way, and these are to other countries. So the only way the U.S. can pay the debt is to print more money, which is inflation. So there's no way you're stopping inflation, which means the dollar is going to zero. There's no way you're going to stop it unless you back it by gold. But the U.S. Fed is the stupidest place because they're owned by J.P. Morgan, who prints the dollars, who doesn't understand printing the dollars causes it to go to zero. The only out's gold, but they don't believe in gold because they're fucking morons. I was talking to my friend, and we talk about. I'll tell somebody to buy gold, and they don't listen to me. And I said it's a lot of it is they're not taught it, so they don't realize what it is and what to do and what the purpose is. So if they don't realize it, you can tell them till you're blue in the face to buy gold, and they won't because they don't know what they haven't learned it, so they don't know. They just see, well, in 2008 we had the big crisis and we came back. Yeah, because we didn't have the inflation that we have now. That's the key is when Biden took over and he started printing 10, 20 trillion dollars. That's what did it. That was the light that went on for me. As soon as he did it, I'm 4 steps ahead going, well, I can't buy another currency. The only thing left is to buy gold. And I started buying gold hand over fist. I had some, but not like now where I get a paycheck and I buy gold. So I'll probably go, I should have got a check today, but it would only be for 1 week. So I'll probably try to buy another 1/4 ounce tomorrow for the fun of it. It's always nice buying gold and putting it into the safe with the rest of the gold, and that's always the fun part. But anyway, that's basically we've got to be 3-4 steps ahead. If you're not 3-4 steps ahead, you're behind. We do the same thing in football. We use economics for everything. You just don't know it because it's all people. It's all free market, what they like and don't like, and they give you signs. Girls give you signs. Poker, there's always tells. And in economics, there's tells. And we're looking at the economic tell right now that the tell is you better buy the fucking gold because there's no escape this time. You're going to zero, and there's nothing that JP Morgan or the central bank or the Bank of International Settlements or England or Canada can do for us, everybody's fucked. It's $270 trillion of debt in the whole world. The whole world's collapsing with debt. And the funny part is these globalists who want to control everybody and do the digital currency, what they don't realize is it doesn't matter. You can't. The digital currency is useless because it's not backed by gold. So whether it's this or digital or debit cards or credit cards, it doesn't matter. It's all worthless. The only thing that isn't is gold and silver, and that's really the key to it. So if they're trying to blow it up for digital currency, the digital currency's the same as this. It's worthless. So there's no point in having it. You can't just create currency out of thin air and think it has a value. Anything created has no value. This has no value. This is worth zero. That's why I rip it up, because it doesn't have, this is just paper. Between this and my Kleenex, it's the same fucking thing. Neither of them have value. Kleenex probably has more value because I can blow my nose that I can't with the dollar. But you basically have no hope, and that's what's happening, right? So again, Luke and Bobby, when? Well, when it does, you'll be prepared. Let's just put it that way. And the only way is that. So Daria says, where are we going to live? And because she wants to get out of Russia, and I'm maybe we should live in Russia because they have low taxes, low inflation, and gold. So the question is, can we stomach Putin? But I don't know. I want to go to Switzerland, I think. Dinner with Egon would be a nice dinner. But that's the problem here. It's all bullshit. It's the stupid war that it's the U.S. versus Russia, and we have the Ukrainians fight for us. What the fuck is that? That'd be like a football game where the Lions are playing the Raiders, and they get the Pittsburgh guys to play for them instead of the Lion guys. So just look at, don't ask when, and then don't with the real estate. I don't know why you guys keep on in with the real estate. It's not. Bobby, you'll be buying a house in the south of France and renting it out before you do Tampa for far cheaper in a better location. Maybe even in Monaco. You can go to Monte Carlo, where they're like the richest country in the world, and they got all these nice boats. And maybe you'll be buying a boat for like an ounce of gold. One of these super yachts that the Russian oligarchs own. So there's going to be plenty of opportunity to use our gold to buy really good assets really cheap, because they're all going to need money, because unless they understand gold, their paper dollars are worthless. So you have to take that in to understand that. You got to realize this is what's coming. So that's another reason to accumulate gold and silver, is to be able to buy nice things really cheap, because they'll want money for it, and the only money is going to be gold and silver. I hate when people go about the Constitution. Well, it was written in 1776, so it's outdated. It's 2032, 2130. I don't. What year are we in? 2032? No, 2023. See, I'm losing my mind. 2023. So you can't say the Constitution's outdated. It's perfect. Gold and silver should be the only money, and no central banks. They nailed it. That's exactly the downfall of every civilization, is paper money and central banks. And they said you can't have any. How we got it in and ignored the Constitution, I don't know, but they nailed it. And the fact they did it in 1776 or 1276 or at BC or whenever they did it correctly. And everybody just ignores it. So that's a huge problem. So you got to be careful with that. But the only out that anybody has is gold and silver, and the only out, and You'll be richer than anybody else. You'll just laugh at Warren Buffett and Gates and all those guys with their money, and it'll all be worthless. And you'll have gold, and it'll be the only real money, and it'll be worth so much. And your question of when is not, it's just when it is. Whenever it is, it's going to be. They're keeping it down. So I had this thought yesterday, I think I shared, but I'll share it again today, that we're not only fighting JP Morgan, COMEX keeping the gold price down, we're also fighting Wall Street. If you think about it, and I watch all these Wall Street movies just to kind of laugh at them, and what it is they don't sell you gold because there's no commission on it. They only sell you paper, stocks, bonds, put your money in a real estate trust or an annuity. So think about it. Wall Street wants you in this. They don't do anything about gold, sell you annuities in gold, sell you gold coins. They don't get commission on it. So who else does not want gold in the picture? It's Wall Street. So I just kind of came to that anomaly watching these stupid Wall Street movies, because I was watching Margin Call, and they were like, well, we make, this guy made $10 billion. This guy made 80. And he goes, does it seem right? And they go, well, when you get all the suckers buying into it, it's all a Madoff scam. If you really think about it, the whole thing's a scam, a Ponzi scheme. All of Wall Street is a Ponzi scheme. They want you to put your money in to get rich. It's all a get rich quick thing. Buy Microsoft stock, you'll get rich. Oh, it's Amazon. Oh, it's now Tesla. It's AI. And the bottom line is you don't get rich because you never get your money out. And until you take your money out, you don't get any money. So if I have $1 billion in Tesla stock, am I a billionaire? Only if I sell it. And they won't let you sell it. Well, at least the game is not to sell it. The game is to keep buying it, is to keep it. And then, ARs, if you notice, there's always the new thing. So it was Amazon, and it was Tesla. Now it's the AIs and the pharmaceuticals. So there's always like, oh, move your money into this, move your money. But meanwhile, the Margin Call guys, right, their company have already bought it. Now you're coming in on top, forcing the price up. They do it, and then they sell it. And they go, thank you. And they look for the next thing, and they buy it, and then they announce it, and then you move your money in because the broker says, move it here, like Attack on Wall Street. What did the guy put him in? Real estate trusts. Fuck, the market's crashing. You're putting this army guy with $60,000, and you're going to dump his money for him? All they care about are the commissions. So it's all Madoff. All he wanted was the money, and he'd get $1 in, he'd give out 50 cents, keeps the other 50. That's all Wall Street is. They don't want gold either. So now we really realize what's happening more so than we did before. We thought we were fighting JP Morgan and COMEX and the London Exchange. Now we realize we're also fighting Wall Street. Pretty big gloves we need, don't we? And our only hope, here comes Russia and China, and they got pretty big gloves to fight back, and they got all the gold to fight back. So this is why it's taken 50 years, because we're fighting both of those. We're fighting the banks who have money, who don't have gold, and we're fighting Wall Street. But meanwhile, all the other central banks and all these other countries are buying all the gold at this cheap price. That's our salvation. Those are the guys that are going to make us rich, because they're the ones who are going to want the price to go up. Wall Street doesn't. Wall Street, and the funny part is Wall Street fucks up. They don't care because they are the banks that print the money. So it's like if I make a $500 bet and I lose it, I just give myself the 500. Say, well, okay, give me the money. And I lost, but I get the money back. And that's what the banks did, right? So if the banks lose, they don't really lose. They made all the money, took all the bonuses off of the real estate trust. So let's go back to a margin call. They made all the billions of dollars. Then they're exposed because since nobody's paying the mortgages anymore, they don't get the money in, so they can't pay it out. They don't want to pay out of their own pocket. So what they do is sell everything and then lower the price, which is what happened in all those, The Big Short and the Margin Call movie, was they saw the mortgages going out. So in simple English, I get money in from the mortgage. I get $100 in. I give you 70 out. I make $30 on every mortgage payment in these bundled real estate trust. But the only way I lose is if mortgages stop coming in. And that's what The Big Short and Margin Call was about, and Attack on Wall Street. The people stop paying their mortgages because they should never have gotten the mortgages in the first place because they didn't have the credit for it. So they get them. So the adjustable rate mortgages means they start at 2%, go up to 5%, go up to 10%, which means your mortgage goes higher. And if you are, if you have the credit score and the money for it, it doesn't bother you. But if you don't, you can't afford it, you default on the mortgage. So they walk away from the mortgage. So the banks stop collecting. So if they don't get the 100 in, they can't give you the 80 out. So without the 100 in, they bail out of all of them. They sell them. You get fucked. And they walk away from it and they sell them all. So they sell all the mortgages that are in the front of it. So in English, that's what they did. These people couldn't pay the mortgage anymore. So they took all of these mortgages that were used to pay out the people and took them and sold them cheap. Got what they could because they can't afford to pay you. And then you're left holding the bag. The people on the end, the Attack on Wall Street guy got zero. The Margin Call people got zero, all the customers. So they all got fucked. They didn't care because the firms got rid of all the bad mortgages in time and didn't really lose much. And they carry on. So it's a fixed game. It's all a Ponzi scheme. Even the stocks are Ponzi schemes, right? It's, unless you're smart enough to sell and take your profit at a crap. How many people go play craps, hit their numbers, and then say, give me my numbers back, give me the numbers off before the 7 happens? 1%? Besides me, 1%? Do you even understand that you've every time a number hits, you're bucking the odds because the odds are the 7's going to hit every roll. So if a 6 hits and an 8 hits and a 10 hits, you've been extremely lucky, but the odds say over 100 rolls, there's going to be 6s and 8s and 9s. Right, we know that. But we know the 7s are going to come. So you have to beat the 7 coming. Same thing in the Ritz. If you understand what was going on, that they were getting bad mortgages, which I understood, then you would have not ever gotten into a Ritz. Because at some point, the interest rates are going to go up. And see, that's the thing. They all go the interest rates are zero. Everybody can afford everything. That's the free money. That's the danger. It's if it's 5% in the money, then it's fine. It's not free. But when you see all the 0% interest rates, it just fucked everybody over. So people might have made money in the beginning, but now they're going to lose it all. And they don't know why, and they don't know what's happening, so they're going to lose it all. And then here comes your guardian angel, me, saying, no, get the fuck out of it. You're going to lose. So I'm giving you the warning of you're going to lose, and I'm giving you the warning of what to do. Buy the gold and silver. But do you think the Margin Call guys or the other movies are telling them to buy gold? None of them even told them to buy gold. I would have been the Attack on Wall Street guy's best friend because he would have not lost 60 grand. He'd have made 50 grand. He'd have killed all my enemies, but he wouldn't have killed me. That's what is going to happen now. There is no bailout. because you can't print the money. Once the money has no value, and that's all the foreigner, the 36 trillion by the foreigners, once they realize the dollar has no money, they pull out. And once they pull out and the Federal Reserve wants to print money, it's got no value. When nobody wants the fat ugly girl at the bar, she has no value. That's the dollar. So you can't. So the saving grace has been printing the money, right? So in 2008, what did they do? They printed the money to help all the banks that went out. They can't do that this time, but everybody thinks they can. Oh, I'll just print more money and bail them out. Well, not when the money doesn't have a value. You can't do that. The only way you can do it is if you give them gold. But the U.S. doesn't have gold because basically I believe China and George Soros are running the U.S. and they want to be number one. Soros just hates America because we defeated Hitler, and the Chinese want to be number one, and the Russians hate us because we just sanctioned them. So the two people that are pissed off, China and Russia, have all the gold. They're the ones who win. Those with the gold make the rules. That's what it means. They are the winners. All we can do is buy as many ounces of gold and silver as we can afford at this point while it's still at 2,000 an ounce. I can go buy a quarter ounce for $5.30. Soon I will not be able to either find it nor afford it. The only reason I can find it is because people are taking their gold because they're running out of money, and the only thing with value is gold and silver. So they go into my guy's store and they say, here's the gold. The only reason is there's somebody selling it. And when they realize they could have got 20 grand for the ounce instead of the 2 they got, there's going to be a lot of suicides. These people will kill themselves realizing I had 20 ounces of gold, and you mean I sold it for 2,000 and I could have got 20? So I don't want you guys to do that. So you don't ever sell it until you see the price go up. And it's the only out. And that's why. So this guy can't even get gold in except for people selling it to him. And then I walk in to buy it. So he knows I'm going to come in and buy it. So he accepts the sale, gives him the money. And then he makes $100 on selling it below spot to these guys and then me buying it above spot. How much is he keeping? I don't know, but we will see. Bobby Bo, what's up, Eric? Okay. Where were you, Bobby? Did you go out for Chinese? Anyway, so that's what you have to realize is that's why I preach the gold, because they won't be able to print the dollar anymore. That's your real problem. Oh, and by the way, that thing I was getting was a scam. Because I tried calling the number yesterday. So I was getting that. I told you UPS number. We can't get the package. So I tried calling it, and the number it wasn't working. And then I got another one this was from New York. I got another one from the UK. It was the same thing. So you try calling, it's not there. So if you get this, you have a package waiting for you with a link, delete it, block it. It's a virus. Yeah, they watched the news and shook up and end up selling to alleviate the pressure. Laugh all out. Not Chinese today. Stop by this cafe out here to grab a chicken pita and pasta salad. That sounds good. I had a chicken pita too. I had the sliced chicken from the deli with my pita with hot mustard. Yummy, yummy. So I just went to the grocery store before I got a celery. I got mushrooms. I got red and yellow peppers. I got a cauliflower. So I run out of my vegetables. I got my eggs. So I'm either running for eggs and half, or I'm running for like the vegetables. I eat a lot. I took chicken out of the freezer, chicken breast. So that'll be cooked later. And I got my avocados because I ran out of avocados. So I had to find a soft one that I could eat today. The rest are like hard balls. It's insane there. Anyway, so that's what economics is. It's basically you cannot print money to zero. You got to back the money by gold. That's why gold is our out, because gold is the only real money since the Romans, and it's in the Constitution. Gold is the real money. Hey, the real D, how are you? Should be a big week this week. A lot of good college games, a lot of good pros. So this week will be much better. I was a little bit misled by the terrible quarterbacks thinking they would be unders. I did not look at it like that this week. I looked at the defenses as I've been trained to do. So I'm not expecting the crap I had last week. Yeah, I mean, well, I buy 7, 8 at a time. At first, I put them out on the ledge, and then they start getting soft, and I throw them in the fridge. If you just put them in the fridge, they're good for like 2 or 3 weeks. But the problem is, if they're hard, they stay hard. So you need to soften them up to cut them and eat them. But like mine are out now, but tomorrow I'll probably put them all in the fridge and let them stay. But yeah, we were talking about that at the deli counter, that when I was growing up, I had, Lucky Charms and Cheerios and yogurt and all this crap and pop for lunch and dinner and stuff like that. And I said, had I known, I should have been eating an avocado. My lunch should have been an avocado and a salad and meat. Should have been my lunch every day with a water, with my lemon ginger water, not pop, not milk, none of that shit. So, this is why we got stupid parents, I guess. This is the problem when you just follow the leader and you don't have critical thinking like we have. That's really the key. Even in the Kansas City game, I start going, they beat. Okay, must win. They beat Jacksonville 17-9. And my first question is, what the fuck happened? That's critical thinking. When something doesn't look right, you dig into it and go, well, why? Why is there inflation? Why are they printing money without gold? You ask all those questions, and when you find the answer, you realize we're fucked. It's all illegal. It's all Ponzi scheme. The whole fucking thing's a Ponzi scheme. The whole stock market. It makes Madoff look like a Boy Scout. The real D, most of parents follow the food pyramid. Well, they certainly don't follow the money pyramid. I've given my daughters on their birthdays 1/4 ounces of gold. When they were like 5, 6 years old, I gave them a 1/4 ounce of gold every birthday. Because I had my master's in 95. My first daughter was born in 93, my second in 97. I go through the program, and the thing is I learn is, oh, well, the government prints money, so the only way out is real assets. And my ex starts taking us to baseball card shows, and I'm going, well, that's okay. They're real assets. So I picked up all those. And now, knowing what I know now, I just buy all gold and silver. I don't waste my time on baseball cards. I already have 1 million of them, though. And I showed you the Mantle and the Montana and the Peyton and all those that are worth, if I get tens on them, they'll be worth a lot. Your daughters still have the gold. I don't know. I don't see them anymore. I got divorced. And my ex is bitter, doesn't bring them by. So I don't know. I hope so, but if they don't, that's their problem. They should, but I don't know. I know Jenna has her gold and silver, and I know Daria, I show her the gold and she's all excited by it. So I know my new girls will be very happy with the gold. The only card you're missing is I have the Bobby Bow card. It's just, you're not worth like $500 to go into the safe. I'll show you. I'll pull Bobby Bow cards and I'll show you. I have that. I have your rookie card, the 87 Dunros. I got the whole set. So I'll pull your card, but I can't help it. You don't have a value, and I only put the higher value cards in the safe. And that's what I show you is the cards I take from the safe, the Brady, the Montana, the Rice, the rookie cards or the second year cards. But even as a PSA 10, you don't have value, Bobby. You need to get back out there and do something, get your value up. Maybe you should come out and play. I know the Tigers could use anybody that can hit over 200, and you could be like the first player to play, in 1990 to 2030. You can be the first player to play at your age. I'll show you your card, Bobby. What fatherhood has taught you? I'm new to this fatherhood thing now. What's it taught me? That all you can do is you love your kids and you make mistakes and there's nothing you can do about it. The kids are going to do things what they want to do, and all you can do is let them do it. And unless it's something really like drugs or criminals, then you don't let them do it. And you definitely need to be stern. You kind of are relaxed and give them the freedom, but if they fuck up, you catch them doing drugs or something, you be firm with them. You hit them, you send them to bed with no dinner or take the TV out of their room. They need to know restrictions. That's the best thing for them because what's happened to the kids now is the parents didn't do shit and all the kids run around. They're fucking delinquents. Well, you can see what's happening with the world with all these fucking kids. So you must be strict to them to a point, but you must reward them if they do the right thing. So if they want to pick football games or buy gold, you're happy. If they want to get into drugs, you very strictly say no. You can hit their butts is not a bad for a punishment, is that'll get their attention. And all you just say is, I love you and I'm trying to protect you. It's sort of like Jenna. She smokes and I don't like it because I know it's poison and I don't want to see her poison herself. So I will make a comment, why do you want to poison yourself? But on the same token, I can't really control her. And, I want her to be free to do it. But I do make a comment, why are you putting poison in your body? And, the little things like that. Like now, if I had kids and I see them eating sugar, I'm going to say something to them, but I'm not even going to have it in the house. I'm going to say, absolutely not. No Cheerios, no Oreos, no pop, none of that shit in the house because that's going to make you sick. And that's all you can do. So you just love your kids, but you need to be strict when it calls for it, and you just try to teach them right and wrong, and then you got to trust. There's nothing you can do then. You just got to trust them as they grow up. But be strict, and there's nothing wrong with hitting their behind when it's warranted and explain why. But in the meantime, you try to teach them buy gold and buy silver. And, like Jan Stevenson's, she's from Australia. She was a pro golfer. And she said, well, if I got my handicap down, my dad would buy her a car, or my dad would buy me golf clubs and things that I wanted. So she kept practicing to get her handicap lower. So it's that kind of scheme. Like you want your kids to learn Austrian economics. So you buy them an Adam Smith book, which is what I have. So this is The Wealth of Nations. This is Adam Smith. Or it's a little bit big, but you sell it on just read a chapter. Just read one chapter. Then read one more chapter. You don't have them read the whole book. And then you have them turn it on YouTube and learn. There's a couple of Adam Smith videos. So you send them down the right way. You don't want them to read Keynesian, and you don't want them to read communism. We know it's evil. We know it doesn't work. So why? That's what I really tell the communists in the hot tub. I'll go out and say, there's Joe Stalin, and I'll say it loud, and he hates that. And it's like, well, fuck, you're a communist. Who's stupid enough to admit they're a communist in Detroit? What are you, fucking out of your mind? I'm a communist. Well, good. You killed 40 million people, Mr. Communist. That's what Stalin did. World War II. I mean, when Hitler invaded, they were happy to see the Germans because the Russians were killing them, so they thought it was better than the Russians. Um, they celebrated when then the Germans started killing them, so they were like, oh, we can't win. But that's one reason I date the Russian and Ukrainian girls, because they've had such a bad life that I can help them, so I do, because I know what they went through. But that's all you do with a kid, or it's the same as your girlfriend. You give them freedom to a point, but you do at some point, you got to say something, but you just say it nice. You mean it well. It's out of love, you're not trying to control. You can't control anybody, so you get away from that. That's really the only way you can do with kids. They got to know you have their back. They got to know that you love them, but you will be strict if they do something really, with the drugs or the alcohol, or something that they shouldn't be, criminals. Then you have to put your foot down if they really cross the line. But before that, you try to right and wrong them and let them be free. I mean, they want to go play poker, be my guest. But first, let me teach you. If you want to know, economics, then let me teach you first and buy your gold. So in other words, as long as you do this, I'll buy you gold. And then that will get them, but they got to know what gold is. That's probably the best way to parent is with the gold. That's true, Professor. You get parents out there getting beat up and disrespected by their own kids. The kids should be watching this class. A lot of people should be watching this class, Bobby. That's why I do it. Well, the kids, the problem is the parents. The parents, the worst are the Indian parents. The Indian parents don't watch their kids. The kids run around. Like, I'm in an apartment complex with way too many Indians. They're very disrespectful. And the kids run around, the little 4 or 5-year-olds on their bike in the street. And you're like, you got to be careful driving. Like when I drive in, to not run them over, and there's no parent in sight. And there's like 4 or 5-year-olds on bikes in the street with no parents. The Indian parents are the worst. They're clueless. The Indian kids are very disrespectful, I see. So that whole culture is fucked up. Probably the Japanese are the other way, where they're so strict. But that's one of the things, the Russian culture and the Ukrainian culture and all these other cultures. So you got to realize what you're dealing with, but you've got to be strict with your kids to a point. You've got to love them unconditionally and, be there for them. But you've got to figure out ways of, like, how do I punish my kid for doing something? But you got to explain what they did and then try to get them to a different path. But my goal would be, okay, we need to buy gold and silver. Then they'll go get a job so they can buy gold and silver. I mean, that's the beauty. If you can bring them an example like that. Oh, by the way, you want to eat avocado. You don't want to eat candy. It's going to make you sick. It's going to make you fat. And you're going to die. And believe me, they get off of that as soon as you show them that. You want diabetes? You want to cut your legs off? Once they get afraid, then you can kind of show them, like, I can say eat an avocado, but will they? Oh, I don't like the taste. Well, it's got nothing to do with the taste. This is health. Or the dark chocolate. Like, I wouldn't even bring in M&Ms. I would bring in dark chocolate 90. Here's our candy for the day. And don't get them on the sweets. Don't introduce pop to them. I mean, now the problem is they'll go to their friends and they'll have a Coke and they'll like it because it's sweet. But we don't have that. So, that's the problem, is the outside world where you're trying to do but the friends are doing something else because the parents are a bunch of morons. Sort of like us with gold. We know to buy gold. Most people don't. But what do you do with it? So what do you do with the kid who goes to Joey's house and the parents don't even understand gold, and he shakes his head going, fuck, Dad says to buy gold. This guy doesn't even know what gold is. So it's confusing. That's what you really try to prevent, is that. Even if it's a baby, sit them up, give them the little bottle and let them watch the professor. There you go, Bobby. Uh, Irina just had a baby named Caesar. I love it. And she's my Romanian, my best friend in Romania. And she just had the baptism and everything. And I says, well, I'm going to teach you both finance and economics. I send her some of my videos so she can understand the gold and the silver. And when I go to visit her, I will bring her some gold, which she's excited to get. But she doesn't know anything about economics, just what I can teach her. And I says, "Well, I got to teach your kid." And I said the same thing to Jenna. Her son's 16, starting college. I go, "What's he taking?" "Well, finance and economics and stock market." And I said, "Well, which kind of economics, Keynesian or Austrian?" Which, of course, she won't know. And I said, "Well, I'll have to teach him about gold because I'm sure they won't tell him about gold in the class. But Jenna's got gold I gave her so she can say, look, Sonny boy, this is what we try to get. Go work to get this, especially at this price." And that's the fair is they teach you economics, but if they teach you Keynesians, you don't learn shit. In fact, you learn the wrong thing. So in other words, it'd be like you're supposed to go on a red light, not on a green light. And Austrian economics is no, you drive on the green light. Keynesians, you drive on the red light. So if you learn the wrong way, it's double counterproductive. Because not only are you learning, but you're learning the wrong thing, which is what I try to tell everybody here. Don't pay attention to Reichart and Rick Rude and Andy Weissman and all these idiots because they don't know what they're talking about. Just listen to Alligator and Egon and sometimes Mark McGuire if he's a good boy. But don't listen to these other idiots because they're not telling you they're telling you the wrong stuff. So why listen to them and learn the wrong things? So that's what I try to explain is why I don't want you to listen to them because you're going to learn the wrong thing and do the wrong thing. There was a lady I was helping out at the gold store. I went and we started. She said, "I don't know anything about gold. Can you teach me?" Well, of course. So we ended up going to the Coney Island. It was like 2 hours, and we got a hamburger, and I'm teaching her all that I teach you guys. And then she kind of watches somebody else, and I'm kind of offended. Like, why the fuck aren't you watching my videos that I do every fucking day, and you're watching somebody else who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about? And I've seen the woman she watches, and I go, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's not in my league, and this is the problem. So the people watch these other people, and they don't learn the right things. So that's what I try to explain. The real deal, yes, professor, because health is wealth. I agree with you. Well, health is wealth, and gold is wealth. It's all about living a good free. It's all about living a free life. So if you're healthy, you don't need the drugs, which are going to kill you, and you don't need, a walker or things like that. And if you have gold, you're not going to have bad. If you don't have money, you don't have freedom. So you're going to be a slave. That maybe the government will help you out, but you can only afford a little bit. So therefore, I can't go on vacation and I can't eat steaks because I don't have enough money to do any of the things. So that's healthy and freedom. So I'm really about freedom. You eat well and you're healthy, you have freedom to do what you want to go for a walk, you want to go on a boat, you want to go swimming. You can do everything if you're healthy. And then the same thing, if you have money, then you're free, you're not controlled. So with those two simple things, you're free and you're healthy, so you can do whatever you want. What good is it to see a hot girl and then you can't do anything with her because you're not healthy? Just funny. So that's kind of all I'm really about is freedom. Like people ask me, are you a conservative, a liberal, a Democrat? I am a freedom person. I am about freedom. And I don't know there's anything out there that is freedom. The Republicans aren't, and the Democrats certainly aren't. It's kind of libertarian, but it's really not anything. It's just freedom. I'm my own entity. I want you to be healthy. I want you to be happy, and I want you to be free. And the best way I can teach you is eat this stuff. And it's not me. It's from a doctor I found. So it's him, but I found him for you. And then the money's me learning it in my master's that if you have gold, you're free. everybody wants to be free, I think, although I don't know these new kids that are crazy. I don't know if they want to be free. Um, and then just spot things and then critical think. If A is happening, what does B, C, and D do? Inflation, I better buy gold. Okay, so as you see things happening, what are the ramifications down the road, right? So if Mahomes is out, we're probably not going to bet Kansas City. So that's why we look at injuries to try to get the outcome. If these guys aren't playing, then we want to bet this way because we want to win, because we want to buy gold. So it's all about buying gold, everything. The real D. Freedom should always be the end goal. I think freedom is the key to happiness. Freedom is happiness because you can do what you want. Anytime you're restricted in doing what you want, you're fucked. So what does this do? This restricts your freedom. That's what this is. It makes Wall Street a lot of money. It makes JP Morgan a lot of money and the banks. However, why do you invest in the stock market? Because you don't have a clue. You don't know why you invest in it. Oh, you want to make money. Is that the best way to make money? No, buying gold's the best way to make money because you can't lose it. See, that's what they don't tell you. If I buy stocks, I could lose it. And it's about to tank. It's about to crash because of the foreigners realizing this is worthless, pulling their money out. Once that happens, the stock market goes to zero. Gold can never go to zero because there's too much demand. If the whole fucking world is buying, the central banks are buying gold, and the Russians and the Chinese, it'll never go to zero because it's always something, it's always money, and it's always demanded. So you have no risk. So it's a no-brainer to buy gold. You cannot lose on it. And you get out of this. It's a double. You get out of this, which is going to zero for sure. And you get gold, which is about to skyrocket. So it's a double header, right? You win both ways. People in stock are in money, right? So if you're in Microsoft, you're really in this. You don't know you're in it, but you're in it. The $100 a share. Well, when there's no more dollars, what is the price of Microsoft stock? Zero. Because you can't price it in dollars. And that's never happened before. 1929 crash was still priced in dollars. And these other crashes that happened was because of inflation. But the dollar never went out. So the stocks kept the dollar value. They're not going to keep the dollar value now because it ain't going to have any value. So what's your Microsoft stock going to be worth? Nothing, because there's no dollars. Once you blow up the dollars, so these idiots are blowing it up. So we're smart enough to realize what they're fucking doing. They don't want to tell us that, but we see what's happening. And I'm warning you what's happening, and I see what's happening. And so you got to just figure it out, like using me, figuring out going, does that make sense or not? Now, I know I'm right, and I show you I'm right because you can see me buying gold and silver. I show you I'm buying it, and I'm ripping up dollars because I know these are worthless. Then I show you Alligator and Egon, and what do they say? Same thing. It's paper. It's worthless. The only way out's gold. So you need money now to pay bills and go eat lunch, go to the grocery store, and help the girls out, help my friends. So that's fine. But that's why you're buying it, is to get out of this because you know what's happening. Bobby, 1,000%, Professor. I was talking with a good buddy of mine recently and said something similar as in health and money are tremendously crucial because you will need both at most points in your life. He then said a silly remark stating, I don't care about my health, I can be a fat fuck, but just need money, which reminded me why I can only hang out with people on a periodic basis. Well, that's exactly me, Bobby. I can't be with my brother for more than 10 minutes or my mother. None of my family. That's why I got divorced. I couldn't handle any of them. They're just too fucking stupid. And they don't want to like learn from me. I can't teach my brother this because he refuses to respect the fact that I know it and that I'm right. I can't be right. He's too competitive with. He's 4 years older. He's too competitive with me, so he can't lose to me. And he knows he's got no chance against me here. I've got him killed. So I can't even have a conversation with him or my mother or really anybody in my family because they won't listen to it. Well, I remember when I got my master's in 95 and I learned all this and I started, we'd be at dinner and I'd start saying this. They'd all look at me like I'm nuts. Oh, you're wrong and this and that. And you're for a small government. I go, of course I'm for a small government because they can't spend money properly. You give the government money and they're going to buy $1,000 hammers. You give me $1,000, I ain't buying a hammer. I'm buying gold with it. So I'm spending my money wisely. And that's really the problem, Bobby. They don't spend the money wisely. They don't eat healthy. This guy who's fat thinks money ain't going to help him. I was watching North Dallas 40. I love that movie. And they're sitting in the crowd, the owners, and some guy comes in and he goes, the dad died of cancer, the friend. And he said, well, with a guy like with your father, with all his money, and they didn't have a cure, there can't be a cure for cancer if your father with all his money couldn't find it, basically. So that's a bunch of bullshit, but we won't get cancer if you don't have sugar. Right? We've learned that cancer lives on sugar, that if you don't have sugar, cancer dies. So we can beat cancer. We can beat diabetes by getting rid of the sugar. So it's the same critical thinking. If I put in the sugar in my system, I get diabetes, I get strokes and heart attacks and cancer. But if I don't put the sugar, so the way to avoid it is don't put sugar in the system. Just put veggies and meat and very low sugar or carbs, and my system will be perfectly healthy. My blood pressure will be down, and I won't get these diseases. So it's a very simple, don't have the sugar and you won't have the illness. And yes, you can get an ice cream once in a while or a piece of cake for your birthday, one piece. That's fine. And then you're back on your fasting. But we realize that. So everything is, if A happens, B, C, and D happen. And so you make your choice. But you got to educate yourself. You can't listen to somebody else. You've got to be the one that understands it. So when I teach you, I'm at a level where you can understand it so you can make a choice. When you hear Rick Rude or Reichertz or some of these idiots talk, do you understand what the hell they're saying? Rick Rude talks, I have no fucking idea what he's saying. And then I made a negative comment on his thing, and now he says, yeah, I'm not an economist, I'm a credit analyst. He read my thing. I told him, you're full of shit. You should be in jail for selling ETFs and saying that they're gold, that it's physical ETF as if they're physical gold. Says, you're a fucking liar. You're no better than Madoff, and you should be in jail for selling ETFs under the presumption that you're really buying gold. That's his whole scam, that whole Sprott ETF. All the ETFs are they're Ponzi schemes. There's no gold there. It's you're buying paper. You're buying the derivative, the same derivatives that JP Morgan's using. So everybody buying this shit, and they're buying it why? Because they don't know. Well, I want to buy gold, so I'm going to buy it this way. They don't know. The only way to buy it's the physical. And you need to get your contract switched from money. What are you going to do next year when there's no money and you're owed $1 million? Fucking call your lawyer and tell him you want to get paid in gold and silver from now on. You don't want this shit. You tell your lawyer, I don't want to get paid in this shit because it's worthless. I want to get paid in gold and silver. And force them to pay you in gold and silver. It's your contract. They owe you money. So instead of this shit, you want gold and silver. Then you're protected. Otherwise, so what are you going to do Once the money's obsolete, how are you going to get paid? And you're still owed, for what? Another 10 years? So please talk to your attorney on that. Bobby, silly remember, people are okay. Bobby, I always felt that you got to value both, but if you got health, you're always in the game and strategically put yourself in position to the finances back where you need and want it to be. If you have a skill that you can do it, I can understand where people give up. Look at these girls that are like prostitutes. They have no skill set. I have a friend who used to escort, as a waitress. She has no skills. That's all she can get is waitress. And what's she going to do? So she does her drugs and her alcohol, and I feel bad for her, and her health's going to go, and she has no skill set. She can either escort or be a waitress. And I kind of look at her like, why aren't you escorting? At least you make money. How much are you going to make being a waitress or working at, these little restaurants? So I can see why people like that kind of say, what the fuck? But they don't understand. They don't have the skill set to earn the money. So I gave her a 1/4 ounce of gold when I was with her. And I tried, she was like a drug addict. So instead of buying, so she would do her business, get the money. And I was saying, why don't you buy gold with that? Then you'll never have to work again. So if she would have taken all her money that she bought drugs with and bought gold with it, she would never have to work. All she had to do was do that instead. Instead of a drug that lasted her an hour, she got high on, she could have bought gold, 1/4 ounce gold. We would have went to the coin store. She could have bought a 1/4 ounce here, 1/4 ounce there, probably had 20, 30, 40 ounces by now, and she'd be fine. She'd be just waiting for the gold price to go up like we are. That's her out, but she didn't take her out. She didn't understand it. She needed to get high or drunk instead of protecting herself. So she didn't understand. Now I'm sure she understands, but back then, this is the problem. And most of these girls are like that. Most of these girls, a lot of these, like Kenzie, she probably has money. She doesn't realize that she's fucked, or she's got Bitcoin, like she thinks that's going to save her, but they don't have a skill. Now the prettier girls could be models and do commercials. That could be their skill if they can do that. But most of these girls, they choose porn for the money or escorting to make the money. Okay, you made the money. Now what do you do with it? And they all do drugs and they all waste the money. Then they turn 60 fat and ugly. And then now what do you do? So they're not smart enough to realize when you got money, you buy gold and put it away and then still do your little parties here. But you're going to get fat and ugly, and nobody's going to, your market's going to shrink up because you're going to lose your looks. And I'd rather be with a younger girl than a 60-year-old fat, ugly girl at the bar who used to be something. And that's really what they don't get. And that's another reason you buy gold is you're buying for the future. You're buying your freedom. So they're never free because they always have to keep doing the prostitution to get more money in to do their drugs, which ruins their bodies. And so they're kind of trapped, right? They do the work to get the money, to buy the drugs. A few are probably smart enough to buy gold with it, but most of them they do it for the money. They do it for the wrong reasons. Well, I guess it's the right reason is they need the money to live, but they can never get out of it because they don't take the money to buy gold. They buy drugs, which is a waste of money, but they don't realize it. So as long as you took 2/3 of your money and bought gold and silver, yeah, you can do the drugs with the other third, but be careful, you're poisoning yourself. But they don't understand that. So they're really, this is why they get fucked up. Then they get older and they realize they're fucked. So then you're like, some of the girls realize it and they try to get a guy like me who takes care of them, who has money, who has gold, and I'm going to take care of them, then they kind of then they get it. But otherwise, they're fucked. They're single and they're older. Jenna's divorced. She's old. She got two kids. One's 16, one's 21, 22. She's fucked. She can't get what's she going to do in the Ukraine? I mean, just a manual job that doesn't pay anything. So how's she going to survive? So that's why I help her, but she hasn't figured it out. That's why I give her gold and silvers to at least protect her and say, look, this is what's going to protect you. You know, I want to at least help her. Bobby, I think I read that. The real D. Most people love that fast money, professors, profs, not understanding fast money comes with a heavy price. There's nothing wrong with fast money if you take the money and invest it in gold. See that the problem is what do they do with their money? Put it in the bank? Well, that's a waste. That's useless. Do they buy stocks with it? Well, that's useless. The only out with the fast money. So if I was a real hot girl and I'm charging so much and making so much money, I'd be at the gold store every week going, here I go. I just made all this money. I'm going to the gold store. That's what I would do if I was this hot girl making all this money. And they certainly can. But as soon as they get older and fatter and they lose their little looks and there's all this competition, again, it's Say's law. It's competition comes in. Oh, there's this hot girl who's 10 years younger than you, who's nice and thin, who I'd rather be with. See you later. That's why a lot of guys divorce their wives when they hit like 50 and they go, oh, well, there's this 25-year-old who used to be what you look like. Goodbye. And the women doesn't understand that we're with you mostly for your looks, a little bit for your brains and personality, but I can get that anywhere. I'm with you for your looks. And once you start gaining weight and you lose your looks and you start bitching at me, I don't want to be in that environment. So goodbye. That's really what happens. And there's so many younger girls looking for an older guy to take care of them because that's what women do. They have the sex because it's easy work and they get paid a lot. They can't think long term. And then they want the older guy to take care of them. And that's how women think, unfortunately. They're not smart enough to buy gold. Well, few are because few understand it. But if you understood it, you'd buy gold and you'd have your freedom and you wouldn't have to keep working like that. That's why I say if I was a hot girl, I'd have 5 boyfriends or 10 boyfriends who had money, who could give me money, and then not really prostitute, just date 5 or 10 guys that had money that I like to be, that were nice to me, I like to be with. And then I would say, you know what, buy me some gold. And I'd have 10 guys buying me gold, and that would be it. And then I could live a happy life that way. But very few think like that. Very few, anybody thinks like that. Nobody, except for our class, nobody understands gold to do that. But fast money, the problem a lot of these girls have is the drugs. So they will get the money, and what do they do with the money? They buy drugs. Why? I've never done drugs. I don't get the fascination. I never did cigarettes. I don't get the fascination of it. Cigarettes are poison. The drugs are, I don't even want drugs now. The only drug I take is fucking avocados and dark chocolate. Those are my drugs, and they're healthy drugs. I don't know why anybody does the other shit. I don't know what, I guess they're weak people and can't control it, but I'm a very strong person. So in my mind, in my world, I don't need, somebody said, how can you do it without alcohol? I don't need alcohol. I don't need to be phony. I'm very strong. I'm an INFJ. I don't need that shit. So that's what I get. So for me, it's all gold. Just go buy gold. And now we're at the point where Russia, China will make the price go up. But even if the price didn't go up, I'd still be better off in gold than in dollars. but I understand that. I understand the dollars are going to zero, and the only freedom and way out is gold. Even if it doesn't go up past 2000, we're way ahead of the game right there because this will be zero. We know this will be zero. So that's part one of the game. Part two, then everybody realizes it and everybody jumps into gold and silver. And then we get the free ride up the elevator to the penthouse. But that's the problem, people, the way they're brought up. These pretty girls, I don't know how they're brought up, that they think, oh, I'll go to porn and make easy money because I'm pretty. I can't work at Starbucks. It's insane. Well, I was working at a grocery store, but I didn't make any money, and I could make a lot more money doing a sex video or escorting. So I did that and made good money. Okay, but then what did you do with the money? They don't understand that part of the equation. And even when I try to tell them, like Daria and Jenna understand it. Now they're not porn girls, but they understand it, that when I give Jenna gold, she gets it, right? And when I say, Daria, I just went to the gold store and bought this gold ounces, she gets it. She understands exactly. Good. I'm glad you're buying it. And she's Russian. So they get it, right? Those girls get, when I buy the gold, the point of it. But they're poor. I mean, it's growing up in those countries, you can see why they do the sex, just to survive. Unfortunately, here it's different. The girls could easily use their brains as well as their bodies and do something with it. But that's but that's all economics. It's all about competition. It's all about buying the gold to survive for health reasons and freedom. So really, it's about freedom, and the way to get the freedom is with gold. That's what it is. So the girls aren't stupid who sell sex for the money. They're stupid with what they do with the money. So if I got a paycheck, if I get my paycheck from Harley and I go buy drugs with it, the whole fucking thing, I'm an idiot. Then what's the point of working? I don't need to work to get a paycheck to buy drugs with it or to just throw it down the toilet. That's not what you do with your paychecks. I go and buy gold with as much of my paycheck as I can, and then the rest I got to pay my bills with. So it's very simple. My problem is I want to be in control. I don't want anybody else in control. Because I think I'm smarter than most people. Not all people. I respect the doctor, the Enberg that we listen to, and Alligator and Egon. I respect them. Like if I met Egon in Switzerland and we had dinner, I would respect him. If I met Rick Rude or Reichert, I would tell them to go fuck themselves. I would not respect them. Like they have these little financial council, like there's a big financial seminar in New Orleans. You don't want me there. I would not be nice boy. I would tell them to go fuck themselves. They're all idiots. They don't know what they're doing. And if you could meet them, I would not be friendly. They would not want to meet me because I'd eat them up. Bobby Bo, yeah, I used to know some people that would get paid every Friday and literally go blow it on slots and beer at the casino. Yeah, shake my head too. They would blow every single dollar. Well, part of it, Bobby, is they were trying to get rich by hitting the slot machine, thinking they had a chance. If they hit it, would they quit? Probably not. And secondly, they didn't realize the value of savings. What am I going to do? Earn 2% in the bank. So yes, those people were trying to get out. They were trying to get freedom, and they were doing it the only way they knew, which was to try gambling. That's why these people play the lottery. Oh, I can win the $10 billion in the Powerball. So all these suckers and idiots invest in it. I never put a nickel in it. I'd much rather go buy a half ounce of gold than put it in the Powerball. And guess what? I'm going to make more money on my gold than they could ever make hitting the Powerball. And I don't have to hit. Buying the gold is the hit. We won. That's the winner. Yeah, the professor would rock bottom them through a table. It would not be pretty, Bob. You'd like to be there for that, Bobby. It's cool to take shots at different things, but not the entire paycheck. Well, like I say, I don't take the whole paycheck and buy gold with it. I buy certain amount I know is going to go to the girls. I got to help Daria and I got to help Jenna with food. And if they need medical or something, if there's like Daria needed her implants, I gave her money for that. Jenna wanted to go visit her son in Poland or go to meet her girlfriend in Berlin. So I gave her money for that. So there's that money. And then what's left, it's the gold store. So I'm buying an ounce of gold knowing, I got 500 left for the girls. So exactly. Well, that's what a budget is. I have to pay rent and I don't have a car payment because it's all done. I was smart. I need gas. I need food. I got to pay my utilities, which are very cheap, and pay for the swim. $23 a month's a joke, and just a few other minor. Pay for the phone. The internet's part of rent, so they add $50 to rent, and they pay the internet. I guess I don't know. And anyway, so yeah, that's what I budget. So I make X, I pay this much for my bills, which leaves me this much. And this much I got to give a little bit to the girls, and the rest I can go buy gold with or silver. If I don't have that much, I'll go buy 10 ounces of silver for $250. I always have money for that. That's why I got 600 ounces, because I was just nickel and diming. Okay, I'll go buy silver, because I knew it was better to buy silver and get out of this than stay in it. So I'm doing this balancing act of money in my safe. How much do I need? And then it's all the gold and silver and my baseball card. So this is my world. And then it's how much, then I need money to pay the bills. And then that's why, can I retire or not? Well, so the gold does what it's going to do, then yeah, I won't work again. And this time I don't need to. The gold will take care of it. So when people laugh at me for living in an apartment, I will not laugh back when I'm living in a mansion that I bought it with 2 ounces of gold for. So people are really kind of rude and stupid. I just think most people are stupid. They just don't know. They just don't get it. And then they say stupid things. What was the point of that guy telling me, I can't listen to you. You live in an apartment. Why the fuck does that matter? I just moved back from Alabama. I wasn't going to buy a house when the whole housing market's collapsing. Was I right? Is it all collapsing? Absolutely. Is interest rates on its way up, causing the housing market to crash? Yes. So was I right? Yes. So I did exactly what I should have done. But where's the guy? He's not coming back because I live in an apartment. I don't know what I'm doing. Even though now we realize I knew exactly what I was doing. So, that's why I laugh at a lot of people. They don't know. See, I know what I know, and I know it, right? So if we're talking football or gold or economics, I know it. So I'm fine with that. And therefore, if the communist says, I don't like gold, I just sit there and I'm very sure that that's your problem. Don't come to me when the dollar collapses and you need gold. Don't come to me. I told you what to do, but I know I told you what to do. I know I'm right. It's not maybe like in some of these games, Philadelphia and Tampa. I'm not really sure. I think Philly should win. But when we get to the Lions, Atlanta, I'm sure that game's going over. Or if we get to Denver, Miami, I'm sure that game's over. So that's how I am with gold. And we talk women, we talk economics and competition and everything. I mean, that's really what it is. Bobby, yeah, the professor would rock. Yeah, it's cool to take shots at different things. Okay, but at least gold is a legit investment. Slots and blackjack uh, go sideways. Real estate real quick and send one home hitting themselves if they don't money manage. Well, but look at the risk. What's your risk in gold? We cannot lose in it. We're just waiting for the bricks and the collapse of the dollar, and we make a fortune. We know that. We know we have no risk. And the return's going to be thousands of percentage. And where else can you find that? I know in a slot machine, the odds of me winning are zero, maybe 1 in 100. I might actually win something. But then what are you going to do with it? So you win $100. What are you going to do? You're going to put it right back in the machine. You're going to leave. Most people are going to put it right back in. Most people don't have the temperament I have. Even at poker, I hit a hand, I catch a set, you have aces, I win $200 from you. I'm putting 150 in my pocket, and I'm only going to play the other 50. And if I lose it, I get up and leave. Nobody can comprehend that type of determination and strategy. They're all going to sit there and give it back. And maybe not, maybe they win something tonight. But if we play 20 times, if I have 20 sessions and I do that each session, I'm going to win 19 sessions because there's always a point you're up. And then if you walk out a winner, even if it's $20, you're a winner. And most people don't understand that concept. They're there to gamble $500 and I'm going to win. Oh, I lost my 500. And then what do? So you're down 500. I never lose 500. I play 300. Very rarely do I lose the full 300 because if it's a bad night, I'll leave down 100 or down 150. But I try to give it. But a lot of nights I win, even if it's 20 or $50, because I realize that it's a very tough proposition, poker. Because when you're playing hold'em, it's a terrible game. I would much prefer 7-card stud to hold'em because of the community cards. So I don't know what you got. 7-card stud, I know exactly what you got. And I can tell by your betting. See, then I can really read you by the bets. And hold'em, I don't know what you got. There's 5 cards in the middle that are for everybody. I don't know what your 2 cards are. So I got to try to read your bets, but who knows? So that's the point. But really, gold's not really an investment. You're buying money, really. I mean, it's hard. What is an investment? Is stocks are investment. You want it to go up. Gold's really switching your currency and your fiat currency into real money. So you're actually buying money, and then it's going to go up because the dollar is going to go down. So, but is it really an investment? I don't really know the full, what you would call an investment. I'm not buying the gold so it goes up. I'm buying the gold to get out of the dollars because it's going to crash. And then we're going to make money because it's been suppressed by JP Morgan and Wall Street for 50 years. And that's because they run the country. Hey, Prophet, what about silver? Do you recommend stocking up right now or investing heavy only in gold? Both, Prophet, whatever you can afford. The more gold you can afford, the better, because the $25 silver, okay, it goes up to 250. It's went up, 1,000%. But gold will go from 2,000 to 10,000. And as I tell Bobby, if I'm going to Switzerland and I want to sell it, I can put 5 ounces in my pocket that nobody knows I got, and I got 50,000 in my pocket. And the silver is 200. So the silver, how many ounces do I got to put in my pocket to get to the 50,000 if I can even get there? So I believe the gold is it's better. It'll go up more, but I do believe silver. The bottom line is getting out of the dollar. So as much gold as you can afford, but if you can't afford that much gold, you got an extra 500, then I would buy silver. Although in my mind, last week I went there with about $600 and I bought a 1/4 ounce and a 1/10 ounce Canadian maple leaves for $700 versus buying 20 ounces of silver. I would much rather have had the gold. So the gold will go way, way up. The silver will be 1/10 of it. And yeah, so what they're saying is, well, the silver at 25 goes to 200, it's 100 times. Gold's not going to go up 100 times, but you're dealing with something that's 2,000 an ounce. So if it goes up 10 times, it's now worth 20,000. That's kind of the difference. So the actual value is better for gold. Now the question is, do you believe that? Do you believe it'll go to 20,000? Do you believe silver will go? And the question is absolutely. And then I give you the reason is BRICS, because Russia, China want the price because they want to start selling their oil in gold. So they're going to need, because gold's so limited, they're going to need a higher gold price because there's so much oil and so much dollars out there that they can't stick with this 2,000 an ounce. So that's what they're going to do. So they're going to break it because they got all the gold and they need the prices higher. So what Russia and China are doing is they understand it. They understand the dollars are like candy wrappers and gold and silver are the real money. And that's why they got Russia's got 35,000 tons and China's got 60,000 tons. Do you think gold's going to go up? I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a real no-brainer because if gold was shit and there was no market for it, why would Russia have 32,000 tons? He'd get rid of it. He said, well, this has no value, just like the dollar's got no value. I'm not sure who sanctioned who here. I'm not sure if the U.S. actually sanctioned Russia or Russia said, get the fuck away from us. You started this war. We don't want to do any business with you because we don't want your money. So Russia could have been the one behind the sanction if you really dig deep into it, going, we don't want U.S. dollars. We want gold. So, I mean, who knows? But they're sanctioned and they're happy. They don't want to take U.S. dollars anyway because it's basically worthless. Bobby, that reminds me, forget to tell you my parlay, Professor, as I'm in a must-win situation. Profit. So what's the triggering event that's going to cause gold and silver to skyrocket in value? Well, it's BRICS. It's the inflation. It's the banks collapsing. It's the gold for oil. The BRICS new currency backed by gold. So there's 5 black swans. I mean, the banks are about to collapse because the interest rates are high. And once the foreign European and Asians pull their money out of the market and out of the banks, there's about 5 black swans in there. So it's take your pick. You might hate it as it's mostly money line. Bobby, what are you doing? But I can't trust the side this time. I don't remember every team, but it's a college mixed with NFL starting with the 49ers tonight. I assume that's money line. And my daily one is tomorrow as I have Wisconsin. Hopefully I don't regret it. So you got the Niners in a money line tonight. And then you've got Wisconsin over Purdue. Okay. Maybe. Wisconsin's a B team, Purdue's an over team, so the defense goes to Wisconsin. So Mordecai's been good. Mordecai's not throwing touchdown passes. It's amazing. He's got like 2 touchdowns and 1 interception. Wisconsin should beat Purdue. They're not that strong. What else you got there, Bobby? Texas A&M and LSU and the boys? Well, good luck to you, Bobby. I hope you win it. I got 2 locks going on Saturday, and I'll probably have a pro lock. I got about eight teasers going, and they're all different teams. And then, so the free pick is the Ohio. I hope you at least have the Ohio State Notre Dame over. I mean, that's a given. And Georgia under. I mean, those 2. If you don't play those, then you shouldn't be betting. And then in the pros, it's the San Diego plus the 8 with the Denver, Miami, who both score 50 points a game, over 47 down to 41. So that's like very strong plays there, plus all the pros I gave you today. No, I don't bet every game. Some people think, oh, you're telling me all your picks. No, I'm not. I'm telling you my opinion on every game. Some I like more than others. And then I didn't you don't know which one I locked out of these games that I gave you today. And that's why you can get it. I'm giving you KC 31-17 over the Bears. That's my guess on the score because KC's not scoring, but the Bears have no defense. Maybe, do you like that one? Then it's a good play. But are you going to money line KC? Are you money lining Dallas? Are you money lining these big spreads? I don't know. I wouldn't waste time with it. I would just bet Dallas under. I wouldn't bet on. See, I would go to Dallas's strength as their defense and bet the game under. I wouldn't play Dallas even. I wouldn't play the Niners even tonight. I would probably play Dallas and lay 4 because the Giants have been in Arizona since Sunday and stayed on the West Coast. And I'm noticing teams that do that or teams that go to the East Coast and stay for the 2 weeks, they have a real hard time winning the second game. Bobby, yeah, I agree. As I hate juice myself, but just need to make it easy for these teams. Oh yeah, that's the only over I got. Well, it better be. Speaking of teasers, I've got one for tonight. Georgia State plus 13, the Giants, and just a second. My UI isn't responding, whatever the fuck that is. I've got Georgia State plus 13. The Giants in 17 is a 7-pointer. Why on earth are you taking the Giants over the Niners? Just because it's a lot of points in the NFL? I don't know. I mean, they lost to Dallas 40-0, and I see a very similar game happening against the Niner defense. Yeah, I always respect the professor run down on these games. Well, I'm giving you what I think will. Well, I'm giving you the expected outcomes as I see them. Again, is CJ Stroud playing? Well, as of now, I'm assuming he is, but he's questionable, as is Young, as is Richardson. I assume Dobbs is the quarterback from Arizona. What do you think he's going to do against Dallas? What, 1 first down? I mean, he's not going to do what he did against the Giants. Profit, I don't know what you're doing. Too many public money on San Francisco plus the Sharps or the Sharps. What Sharps? Have you ever met a Sharp besides me? I'm not on the Giants. I'm a Sharp. I'm on the Niners. I'm on the defense. First of all, do you realize Saquon Barkley is out and broke his foot and is not playing in the game? As far as I know, Purdy's playing and McCaffrey's playing. They beat the Rams by 7 at the in LA. See, I don't like when people bet based on not having their own knowledge. You're showing me you don't have knowledge. Too much public money on San Francisco. So you're betting the game because people bet on San Francisco because they got the second best defense in the league against a Giant team who just gave up 30 points to Arizona with Joshua Dobbs, and you want to bet that team. Just blows my mind because you're not understanding how you analyze a game to come up with the bet. You're betting against the public who are on San Francisco. The reason it's 10.5 is Barkley's not playing, which has got to hurt the Giants because they have no offense anyway, and we know they have no defense. So you're betting a team with no defense to what? Stop McCaffrey and Ayuk and Kittle and Purdy, and then you get to face the defense, which could have 1 or 2 pick sixes in it. If you watch the Dallas game, Dallas won 40-0 over the Giants. So take lessons from that going, they can't handle a tough defense. They can't score on it. What's the difference here? I think Frisco's got a better offense than Dallas. we know they got the same defense, if not a better defense than Dallas also. So your analysis isn't right. Your analysis is taking, so if I tell you to buy gold, but the sharps say don't, you're not going to buy gold because everybody's buying gold, you're not going to buy gold. I mean, or if everybody says don't buy gold, you're not going to buy gold because all these people said don't. You've got to be your own man. You've got to come up with the game, make your own pick, put your own score down. What's your score of the game? I'm picking 30-10. Is that what score did you come up with for the game? You've got to make your own score. You've got to be your own man and make your own decisions. This is ridiculous. Too much public money on Frisco plus the sharp. What sharps are you talking about? There's only one sharp, and it's me. I don't know these other sharps. I've never heard of them. There's no such thing. It's like Wall Street. I mean, it's a made up Ponzi scheme. There's no such thing as a sharp. There's me who understands it. I don't know if I'm a sharp, and I don't know what a sharp is. Are you talking mafia? Or are you talking what? Nobody can bet better than me. I pick 75, 80%. So I don't know that I'm a sharp. I don't know what it is. So what are you talking about? Based on what are you coming up with these sharps, right? So that's the first thing. You're listening to what? I don't know. And the fact that, so if everybody bets this team and most people lose, I'm going to bet against them. That's your thought process. You want to be the bookie is what you're saying. So if I'm the bookie and everybody's betting on Frisco, I got the Giants. Well, I used to book and I'd analyze the game and I'd want to bet on, I would bet on what I thought I should bet on. So anyway, that's my point. It's you have to make your own decisions based on your findings. I don't listen to anybody. I sit there and say, I like the Niners 30-10. Then it's a question of, do I want to lay 4.5 in a teaser, or is it better to go under 50? It's probably better to go under 50 than to fuck with 4.5 in the NFL. Taking 17.5, there's no way I would take that bet because I don't know that the Giants can even score. Danielson sucks. Barkley's out. The Niners defense, now the Niners have won, so they don't need to win like Buffalo does or Kansas City, have to keep winning because they've lost. But I don't really, I don't, what's the score you're predicting? Do you do that? Do you have a prediction? Frisco 27-17. So the line is tight. And how do you feel that the Giants are going to score 17 points against this defense? So, okay, you did that. Now, do you analyze your scores like after? So last week, did you look at your score? Like I do that. I write my score 30-10, and then the game will be played and there'll be a score. And then we'll see how close I came and try to figure out where did I go wrong? Last week I went wrong that the shitty quarterbacks were running like Thurston Howell III and Richardson ran for touchdowns, which in my mind, I did not compute because they can't complete 10 passes. So I don't get into that. If you brought that crap into this class about gold, you wouldn't last long. So you can get away with it with the football because it's such a unknown, but I'll bet you $100 the Giants don't score less than 17 tonight. I'll be happy to make that bet with you. Unless there's some flukes, there's no way they'll be lucky to get 10. You do know the Niners defense is like the strongest in the league after the Jets and Dallas. So Dallas shut them 40-0. So okay, it was week 1, but they don't have Barkley either today. So that's kind of what I look for, but that's okay. So good luck. I hope you win. I question your skill set at this right now because I don't think I don't think anybody scores 17 on the Niners. The Rams got 23 with Stafford. Okay, they scored real late to get to the 23, but this is Daniel Jones, and he's not in Stafford's league. Yeah, I know, Bobby, the Sharps. I could also play a second teaser with Georgia State, Frisco, and try to middle it. You can't unless Georgia State wins first. You can only middle if the team, if the so you could middle it is if you play Georgia State and they won with, let's say, San Diego is the dog. See, that's a good one in the middle. So you got Georgia State with San Diego +8. Georgia State covers. Now you got San Diego +8. And now you can take Minnesota -2. And you've got really good numbers there. So Minnesota can win by a field goal, 4, 6, or 7. And you've already got the Georgia State in. Now you can middle. That's how you middle. You have to middle an early one with a late one because you can only middle if you have the first winner. Because what if Georgia State loses? Now you've got both sides, but you can't middle it. You can only middle it once the first one's won. So that's why I say a lot of times if you want to play a teaser, you might play New England, the New England Jet game under with the Monday night game, LA Cincinnati, and take LA +9. The Jets stay under. Now you can take Cincinnati -3. And you have the Rams +9 in the teaser. You can't lose. That's what I did with the Florida State Auburn championship game in 2015. I had $5,000 riding on Florida State -1. The line went up to 11. I had a 10-point trap. So then I come back with a couple thousand on Auburn +11, and I can't lose because I got Florida State -1. I win. Auburn upsets them, I win because a lot of my bets, well, not all of them, some of my bets were in odds. A lot of my bets were not. So if I made a 2-team teaser with Florida State and Michigan State for $500, that's what I had. I mean, so I could trap, but I couldn't really win. But only the 7-team and 10-team and 11-team teaser where I bet 20 to win 500, could I then bet 200 and middle it, and I can't lose. That's really what you want to do, but that's how you do it. You must hit the first game. So I would play Georgia State with Cincinnati with the Monday night game or any of the Sunday games. And then if you win it, then you can trap that. Then you really can't lose, but you don't win as much. But you also got to look at the right games. So you might take, New England 2.5, take the Jets in 8.5. You win the first half. Now I take New England -2.5. And if New England wins by 3, 4, 6, 7, I win both. And that's really when you're at an advanced stage in gambling as a true professional, that's what you do. You minimize risk. You don't lose a lot. And then a lot of times you win both bets. And you want to get in a position where you can't lose. And that's how you do it, right? The teaser on one day with the teaser on another day. If this wins, now I can trap this game and I can't lose it because I bet appropriately. So if I bet 100 here, so I got 100, I bet 110 to win 100, then I can bet like 80 on this one. And then I'm either winning $20 or I'm losing $20 or something like that. So the risk is very low, or I can win them both. I can win the 100 and the 80, and I can win 180, which you probably do about 4 or 5 out of 10, where you can win both sides, and you name a bet where you can win both sides. You can't. I mean, that's the only way. So you theoretically can win both. And that's really what you love to bet. If you could imagine playing poker and I can win both. I mean, that would be the epitome of gambling, and that's what you can do with teasers. So you can't play Georgia State in both because unless Georgia State in 13 is good. I don't know. They're playing Coastal Carolina, who is you got McCall, who's an A team. They got a better defense. So I don't know how strong Georgia State is in this game. Coastal Carolina has been playing okay. The UCLA game, they didn't do much, so we'll see. But I will not play that game tonight. If I did, I would play Coastal Carolina because of McCall, but I don't like it. I don't know Georgia State enough. He's probably been watching too much TV lately and listening to Shannon Sharp. I have San Francisco winning 27-17. So why is the line only 10? What do you mean only 10? It's all predicted on Georgia State plus 13 covering, of course. Well, you can't do it that way. Why is the line 10? Well, do you understand what the line is? The line is to make the betting even. And we know how popular New York are, and the Giants are very popular. A lot of people will bet them. That's like Alabama, Notre Dame. People will bet Michigan, Alabama, Notre Dame, no matter what the spread is. They went to the school. They love Alabama. They're going to bet Alabama if they're laying 10 or laying 30. It won't matter. They're going to bet Alabama. So why is the spread 10? Because there's a lot of New York action, and it's high because if Barkley was playing, it'd probably be 8. But because Barkley broke his leg and is out, that's why it went to 10. So to understand the line is to understand the market, the public that will get the betting even. The idea of being a bookie is I get $1 million on the Niners minus 10. I get $1 million on the Giants plus 10. I'm going to win 100,000 because people are going to lose $1 million plus juice, and people are going to win $1 million. So the loser pays off the winner. I get the juice left because I don't pay the juice. So I keep whatever side loses. I keep the extra 100,000. That's what a bookie does. That's the point of it, is you're trying to get the line that makes the betting even so I can't lose. I don't want 2 million on the Niners and 0 on the Giants, and then the Niners win, I lose $2 million. I want $1 million on each side, so I try to figure the number that's going to get me equal betting on both sides. That's what the 10 is. That the 10 is enough to get the Giant bettors to bet, but not too high to knock the Niners out. That's how they come up with the number. And what I do is figure that out and see where the number's fucked up. Like in the Lion game, the Lions shouldn't be favored, but see, so I read the game and go, I like Atlanta here getting 9. That's a joke. But in their mind, it's the straight bet. So that's a bet where I'll get Detroit action and Atlanta at 3. And the line gets moved based on the betting. So if a lot of people are betting one way, they move the line to try to get the even amounts. That's what the number is. It is not to say the game's even. So when I pick the game, I'm not looking at the number. So if I say 30-10 Niners, I don't know what the spread is. I don't care what the spread is. I'm trying to pick the game. I'm saying they're going to not score. Barkley's out. The Niners defense is great. They still have Purdy, McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk, Deebo Samuel. How the hell are the Giants going to stop them when they couldn't stop fucking Dobbs at Arizona? 31-28. You give up 28 points to Joshua Dobbs. What the fuck do you think Purdy's going to do to you? So that's kind of what you look at. You look at how are the Giants couldn't stop Arizona going to stop this team, and then how are they going to score when they couldn't score on Dallas? How are they going to score? So you factor that in. Don't look at the number. Come up with the spread, and then you look at the number, and that's how you do it. So it's 30-10. Then you look at the spread's 10. You go, fuck, that's nothing. I can go under. It's 44. I can go under 50, and I can go, or I can lay the 4. But the last thing I would do is take the 16. There's no point in it. I don't have an offense or defense that can compete in this game under normal circumstances. So that's basically that's why I say if a team's off of a loss, Buffalo off of a loss plays Oakland, they kill them. They won 38-10. That's what you're looking for. That's why you're looking for that stuff. Then they're really focusing in. They got the better team. Look at them. But I still think Buffalo has Washington this week. Yeah, Washington, but they're still off of a loss, even though it wasn't last week. They're only 1-1. They're not ahead. I don't know. I think Miami might be 2-0. So they're still not in first place. So they're still pissed off. So they're still going to keep going. So you've got to understand the teams. You've got to understand the defense. You've got to look at the other games going. They lost 40-0 to Dallas. And here come the Niners. What are they going to do here? You think they're going to put up 17 on this team when they couldn't put up anything on the Niners? I disagree with that strongly. That's the problem that you're having. You're looking at the public and you're not looking at you're looking over here, but you need to look over here. But you got to get your skill up to being able to predict the scores. I can do it. You can't. So you have to understand how to do it. So after the game, we'll see the score. If it's 27-17 and it made sense, fine. If it's not, and it's more 30-10 as I did, then you'll realize, yeah, I guess their defense was strong. And I guess I probably shouldn't listen to the public. I was sitting at a poker table at the Venetian Christmas, and Michigan was playing Kansas State, and Tyler Lockett was on Kansas State. And the Michigan quarterback's out. Now, I know I watch all the Michigan games. The quarterback's out. The backup sucks. The backup's like this Alabama backup. And so I unload on Kansas State. They're laying 7 down to 1, and I'm just got a ton on it. And some guy at the poker table, I hear him, I want to take Michigan because the line's moving on Kansas State. So, of course, I interrupt and go, not in this play. In this case, you got the Michigan backup quarterback who sucks. This is not the time to bet against the public. This is the time to bet on Kansas State. So, of course, the guy ignores me. And, of course, Kansas State won by 25 points. And, again, somebody who's smarter than everybody else, you've got to understand why the line's moving. If the quarterback's out and the line's moving, that's a whole different story than just people betting for the hell of it. So I never was one to say bet against the public unless you think the games are fixed. And if you think the game's fixed, then you can bet. You can bet, if the line moved 2 points, that more than likely then they're fixing the game because they'll win on the losing bets. If you think that's what's happening, then let's see it, and then you of course you can bet against it. Now, does that happen in the NFL? I don't know. I do think some of the scores are weird. There could have been a lot of overs on the Kansas City Jacksonville game, and the Mafia kept the score down, and there was a lot of under on the Denver Washington, and that score went up. That was a very surprising score, but we will see. We'll see as it goes if those were just one-offs or if that's what the teams are, but not sure. Bobby, wait a minute. Joshua Dobbs from Tennessee is the starting quarterback for Arizona. No, yes, he is. And they almost beat it was a 30-28 game with the Giants last week. The Giants couldn't stop Joshua Dobbs. What the fuck are they going to do against the Niners? So you would rather play it as well, I wouldn't play Georgia State, first of all. I don't know who they are. I know Coastal Carolina's got McCall, but that's not a game I would even play. Yeah, they bet with their heart. Well, I don't even know if it's a heart play, Bobby. I'm betting against if everybody bets one way, I'm going to bet the other way because everybody bet one way and they're all going to lose. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Prophet, what I'm saying is if I was playing tonight's game, I would take San Francisco under 50. That's the best bet because of their strong defense and Barkley being out. They're going to eat up Jones, and they're going to win the game, as I said, 30-10, so 40 or under 50. That's how I would play it. I wouldn't fuck with the 4s, and I wouldn't fuck with the 16s. And then I would play it with San Diego +8. And then if I want to, I can trap it with Minnesota -2, or I can just stay with San Diego +8 because I like San Diego because Minnesota couldn't stop a high school team. That's what I would do. But I look at the whole board. I look at what's the best play for me. That's what I do. I do not play it to play it. Georgia State, I would not play that game tonight. I don't even have anything circled one way or the other. I'm waiting for possibly the Air Force tomorrow, and then it's the Notre Dame Ohio State over. It's the Georgia under. That's what I'm looking for. Even Ole Miss in 13 against Alabama, I like. I think that I don't know how Alabama wins with their quarterbacks. And Ole Miss has a good quarterback, and they're really hitting. I don't think there's any way Alabama blows them out. I got 13 points. I don't see how that can even be bothered. I bet LSU because I think they're capable of winning every game other than Bama. And well, this year I think they beat Bama. I don't think they can beat Georgia. But for some reason, throw hand Florida State free wins. Oh my God. Even though I'm looking to take LSU to beat Bama this year, the line should be good too since it's at Bama. You might have LSU as the favorite the way these quarterbacks are. If Alabama loses to Ole Miss, they got Auburn and LSU, and they got Tennessee. If they lose and A&M, so if they lose to Ole Miss and they lose to A&M and they lose to Tennessee, you'll be 10-point favorites at Alabama. So it's just like the dollar, right? When Alabama starts losing, everybody jumps ship. When the dollar starts losing value, everybody jumps ship. So it's a very correlated thing of what to look at when it's a very similar thing. Like everybody's on Alabama because they win every game. All of a sudden they start losing, and they beat South Florida 17-3, and then they come and then they lose to Ole Miss. Then they lose to Texas A&M. How many people are now going to be on them? And you'll never get LSU as a dog at Alabama. You're going to be laying 7 to 10 points, especially if LSU keeps rolling. And Alabama, now they won't fall as much because, like I said, there's all the people that will bet Alabama every week. If they're 0-13, they'll still be betting Alabama because they remember Joe Namath and Stabler and those guys. So you'll still have that, but LSU will be favored in that game, especially if Ole Miss beats them, which I anticipate. So you like San Francisco Giants? Well, I like it under 49 or under 50. I tease it, but I like the under. Now, why? Because of the defense of the Niners and Barkley's out means where are you going to get the points from? The Niners will put up their points. But, in the NFL, they get up 32-0. They just run the ball and run the clock out. They don't play it like college to try to get to 70. Like USC, right? You see 70-0 USC. But you don't see that in college. In pros, they get up 24-0. They start sitting on the ball and punting, and, they don't want to run it up on their guys. So you don't see that real high score in the pros. Just once in a while, if the game's even, going back and forth, and the defenses suck. So my bet would be take the under tonight. Not. I wouldn't fuck with the 4, even though I think the Niners are killing them. I think the under is a better bet. So I look for the best bet of the game, and I totally disregard there's no such thing as sharps, and I totally disregard the public. I only look at what I analyze the game, and that's how I bet it. That's why I'm successful. I'm not listening to anybody else. That's why I'm successful in economics and gold. I'm not listening to anybody else. I didn't listen to Alligator and Egon. I was ahead of them. I just found them, and they agree with me, so I like hearing that. But when I start hearing Rick Rude and Reichert, these guys are idiots. I can't watch them. They make me throw up. So it's all depending on that. So that's really what you're looking at is who's doing it. But that's where I'm at. That's where I live. Is that's the point of the class. Is you need to get smart where you can make, you buy gold because you want to buy gold. I'm helping you get there, but you buy it because you want it. You don't listen. You don't let people talk you off of it. Nobody can talk me off of gold. God himself could come down here and he couldn't talk me off of gold. I am 100% sure it's going to go to the moon. I have no question. I have no doubt. And nobody can say it's not. Right? And the same thing when I pick these games. I pick the game. Once I pick it, I look at it from all angles. I try to get the best bet on it, and that's it. Yeah, I got to do last week because the quarterbacks sucked, but they ran and the defenses were even worse. That only happens once. Okay, that won't happen again. I am not playing the Houston-Jacksonville game under because CJ Stroud I know sucks, but because he can run or they get points, or the Indy Baltimore game, I'm not playing it over or under because of Richardson. I'm playing the game not counting Richardson sucks, even though we know he sucks. That's not how I'm betting it. That's why I got in trouble because I bet quarterbacks instead of defenses, which I don't do, and I won't do that again. So I'm back on look for the under game, and there's really the only under game this week is Tennessee Cleveland, which I would go under. But I gave you the Denver Miami should be an over. Good quarterbacks, bad defenses. So that's what that's the play there. But that's why I gave it to you, because it's the most obvious over on the board. Oh, profit. I mean, I'm telling you what I'd like. I don't know if I'd tease. I'm telling you, I'm giving you 4 free picks, right? Notre Dame, Ohio State over, Georgia under. So I would play Frisco with one of those two. Or I gave you San Diego, and then I gave you the over in the Miami game. So I gave you 4 games. So don't go out on a limb with other teams. Just stick to the play. I mean, I'm giving you these 4 games. They're very strong plays. That's what I would stick to. So you've got 4 choices. If you want my advice, take one of the 4. I don't know if I'm playing Air Force. I like Air Force, but I don't know if I'm playing it. There's a lot of games that I say I give my opinion on. Doesn't mean I bet them all. But I'm giving you the 4 that I'm betting. So just pick one of them and go. God himself can come down here and I won't change my mind on gold. Professor, that was classic. Bobby Bowe laughed good there. Well, that's me. See, people call me stubborn. I'm not stubborn. I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded enough to learn about gold and then realize that is the out. And then once I learn about it and realize that's the play, you're not going to get me off of it because that's the play. That's it. That there's no other option. I've analyzed it, right? So I don't say until I analyze it and I've made my conclusion, which I've done. The key, as I keep saying, is to get out of this. You got to get out of this. The problem is, what do you get into? And that's where I've analyzed it, and the only option's gold. There's silver. It's the same thing. In my mind, gold, silver is the same thing. So that's the point. That's what you're trying to get, where you're moving your money to. So I've emptied my bank account, and now my safe's full of gold and silver. That's what I did. That was the astute move. That was the best move. So once you understand that, then no, you're not getting me off of that move. There's nothing you can say that says, well, that's not a good move. Sorry, that won't work. So like I say, if I was betting tonight's game, the only bet would be the Niners under because I'm betting their defense. Now, after what I saw last week, I don't know. But, I'm a little bit gun shy after all these low-scoring games went high-scoring last week, and the fucking Kansas City went under. So I'm scratching my head. But if I stick to my normal skill set, it would be go under in this game. The Jets under, Dallas under. They're the best defenses. That's what you do. You bet the defenses under. Dallas, Arizona is the same thing. 38-0 is my score. How's there going? And how is Joshua Dobbs going to score in this Dallas defense? And maybe he gets 7, but where are they going to get? They got to go under 50. Where are they going to get that? So that's kind of the point of what I look at. But the Giants without Barkley, why would you take the Giants tonight without Barkley? Where are they going to generate the points from? Certainly not their defense. So that might keep me from betting it under, as the Giants are so bad defensively. The Niners might score 55 points tonight and beat them 55-0. I mean, that could happen too. But I don't really like the 10. I don't really like the tease unless I get it under 3. So that's why I'm kind of not jumping on the Niners. Now, if they were 8, that would be a lock. The Niners -2 tonight. Just because it's certain numbers, right? Because they score in 7s and 3s. This first part of video, that's okay. That's why it's there. You can go watch it. Ohio State over looks good. Well, that's why I'm giving it out. With Hartman against Ohio State, it's a low number, so that's why I like it, right? The number is 54. You go over 48. With Hartman against Ohio State, that's a fucking joke. Now, I hope it's not a 10-6 game. I don't think it should be, but that's what you look for. So you look for the best play. You don't play it because it's Thursday. So I got to make a bet Thursday. Then you're one of these slot machine players that Bobby talks about, where you're going to go to the slots because it's there to try to make money. The only way to make money is to make the most intelligent picks, and the most intelligent picks, you've got to understand the teams, and you got to say, well, the Niners defense and the Dallas defense, the Jet defense, there's not going to be a lot of points. So that's the most prudent play, is to find those defenses and then play them for low-scoring games. That makes sense. The offenses you can be had. I mean, the defense can shut the offense down. Ask Georgia, Tennessee last year, 26-12 or whatever. So I can shut your offense down, but you can't shut my defense down. There is no way you can score on Georgia's defense when they don't want you to. It ain't going to happen. Ohio State got lucky because they played a man-on-man, and C.J. Stroud ran for the first time in his career. I watched the Michigan game. He didn't run 3 times, but Michigan didn't. They played a zone, not a man-on-man, and this guy couldn't complete a 10-yard pass. Michigan beat them by 20. So had Georgia watched that and played a zone, but Georgia might not play zone. So it might have just been the matchup. But that was it. LSU put up some points on them too, running with the running quarterback. Anyway, so that's it. So I'm giving you the free picks. That's the point of the free picks. So you have picks to bet. That is going into my on Teaserking, right? So people buy, you're getting those picks as well as the others, as well as the locks. The locks are the best bets that I look at and analyze and go, yeah, this is a real good play. So that's what we have. Anyway, it's been 4 hours. I did 4 hours yesterday. I was exhausted. Thank you, Bobby. Well, appreciate it. Well, Prophet, good luck with whatever you choose. At the end of the day, it's your choice. It's your money. I can only advise, but I wouldn't bet based on a sharp that doesn't exist or the public. The line's 10.5 or 10. The public didn't make any bets. It's been there the whole week. It's been 10. And it went from 43 to 44. So I don't know what you're talking about with sharps. There's no such thing. I am the most professional bettor that you'll ever find, right? I don't consider myself a sharp. I'm just a damn good handicapper and a damn good bettor, whatever that means. But there's no such thing as sharp. That's just bullshit. That's just propaganda to get you to bet. I'm going to bet the, but you're not even betting the same way as the sharps. If the sharps went one way, you're going the other way. I did hit my Monday night football teaser with Carolina and Pitt. Yes, you did. You got lucky in the Carolina game. That was not the proper bet. I had that under. I didn't play Pitt, but my lock was the New Orleans under with Carolina, which won easily. So you got lucky there. They scored a late one. The Pitt and 8, you got 2 defensive touchdowns on that one. So that's fine that you won. But you got to understand the concepts of how to pick so you can win. But you went the wrong way with Carolina. You just got lucky. They got a late touchdown. Pitt, you got 2 defensive scores. So Pickett didn't look good, and we know Bryce Young doesn't look good. So that's fine. You got away with it, but you don't want to keep betting like that. You won't consistently get away with it. Anyway, I am going to eat, and it's 4 hours, so I've had enough. Anyway, so we've learned a lot. I try to make sure you learn, and I try to take it in real world. We talk about the girls and the kids and everything to try to figure out ways to give them a better life. I mean, that's always my goal, to help people, give them a better life, health, buy your gold. Because it's the best thing for everybody, right? If everybody bought gold, you never have slavery, you never have this bullshit, and you could all retire by the time you're 35 years old once the gold goes up. And if you need the money, you sell the gold back to the coin store. There's no risk in gold. But who tells you that? Does the Wall Street idiots tell you that? Does the guy at the bank tell you that? No, because they're all in on the Ponzi scheme, which you don't even understand is a Ponzi scheme. So that's the most important thing. Anyway, it amazes me how often those backdoor covers happen. I agree, Prophet. That's why teasers are so good. You're welcome, Bobby. Thanks for popping in. I will see what's today, Thursday. So tomorrow, I went to the grocery store today. So tomorrow should be 12-ish. It's just when I get up, I'm tired, and then I go, okay, 10 o'clock. Today I had to call UPS to come pick up the computer. I called them at 10 to 10:15, so it slowed me up. And then I had to go to the grocery store, so that's why I started a little bit late. Anyway, I am hungry and tired, and good luck to you guys, and www.teaserking.com. If you want to buy this week, again, we got 2 different locks. Well, I should say I have 2 different locks. You've got the 4 free picks and everything else. So anyway, have a good day. I will talk to you tomorrow. We'll go back through college. We'll look at certain games, not all of them. Pros are different because they don't play the high school teams, right? So it's all pro against pro. All right, Prophet. Good luck to you. I hope you win, but you have to have a formula for why are you picking the games. You can't just blindly pick, and you can't pick because the line moved or the public this or the public that or the end does this and the dollar does that. You've got to have a fundamental, this is why I'm picking them, and you must know the strengths and weaknesses of every team so you can pick. Otherwise, you can't bet if you don't know that. So anyway, have a good night. www.teaserking.com. If you want to email me, my email's on there. Okay, everybody, have a good night. I am hungry. All right, take care.